Last time, on Asmiliath adventures. Departing Tamantop Castle, our heroes begin to ascend the slopes of the Serbat Mountains, steering their feet in the direction of the cave that Thor had been conceived in. Marching higher and higher, Thor begins to feel the air warming up around him as the strange cave with the maroon boulder finally comes into view. Hearing yet another symphony of whispers in his ears, he converses with his companions and descends into the cave. Noticing that the moonlight was now cast into the depths of this hole, the party witnessed a strangely mesmerizing dance of red light, illuminating the basin of the chamber as midnight arrives. Trembling deeper with Buffy, Thor urges the old bear to step into the light, watching as the large creature begins to rise from his front feet and stand fully upright in the small space. Staring down at Thor, Buffy's eyes turn into a vibrant red before Naturaine makes her appearance. Conversing with her creation that she had waited so long to return home, she tells Thor that his destiny always lied in her power, being a combination of beast, wilderness, and human that allows for her full gifts to be given. Explaining further that Thor's options were either to take up his power, cast it aside for his mother, or refuse the call altogether to save Buffy, Thor makes the commitment to answer her call. Slaying a primal version of Buffy, Thor taps into his newfound abilities, feeling what true fury felt like hammering in his heart. Descending back down the mountain, Thor stops to tell his father of the events, grieving with the elderly count at a somewhat second loss of their loved one. Leaving the shadow of the mountains with much to think about, our heroes return to Corsair with the intention of finally making the trip to the Chevalier's HQ that may hold some answers. It is March 13th, as the Golden Hearts caravan rattle across the fields of Capelmont. After a short trip filled with making amends, the party spot a small cluster of stone buildings growing closer. While Clay and Decker are unfamiliar with this place, Thor and Valoran easily recognize the surface structures of the decrepit Holy Order. So, you all are probably about 30 minutes away from arriving at your destination, again traveling with the entire caravan having set off from Corsair. It's perhaps around 2 or 3 in the afternoon at this point, and you are free to move about as you wish.
So I'm going to coach Moon. I want him to come with us to help us study the frescoes and everything else that might still be down there.
Mm-hmm.
And of course all the Golden Hearts are going to go down. Not going to waste any time getting inside.
So is the plan kind of pull the caravan up into like the center of all the structures and then have them kind of all wait and have, I guess, the group of you move down in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Just Clay would call out to Valen. Lord Athelvane, how long has it been since you've been over here?
Well, Thor and I were just here a few months ago.
This is October, yeah.
This past fall. No one should have been here since then.
Okay, good to hear.
When we get closer, can I actually look to see if anybody else has been here? Like any tracks or anything?
Yeah, throw a perception check out there. And then I'll also remind both Thor and Valoran that the mural that you had found that kind of helped lead you to searching for the grove or looking into the grove is, I guess, painted or constructed on the back wall of the barracks. That is one of the structures that is up on the surface. So, is there more to that conversation?
Give me just a minute. I'm gonna ride perimeter. This is small enough to do a quick, 15-minute ride around, right?
Yeah, it probably wouldn't take you that long. The actual scene that you were riding up on, there's this large grassy mound that perhaps is about 20 feet higher than the fields that you are currently moving across, and on the front side of this mound facing you is this rather ornate but worn stone doorway, or I guess opening, and you can see that descending down into the mound is this rectangular staircase that leads into the earth itself. And then outside that entrance, there's 2 or 3 buildings set in a almost like semicircular pattern facing that entrance itself. So going around those buildings and around the mound would take you all of like a minute or two, realistically.
Okay, yeah. Quick perimeter check then.
Okay. You wanna
Everything's
throw me a
moving.
perception then, since Thor is on the job. Alright. Taking a quick glance, breaking off from the party, there isn't any obvious signs of comings and goings. There isn't evidence of foot traffic or travelers or like nosy bandits or scavengers. It does seem that perhaps because it's so close to Corsair or that it's so unremarkable that there hasn't been any interest in this place in quite some time.
And then yeah, once circled back to the group, everything looks pretty much still abandoned. Thanks for the wait. Follow the rest.
Right. Well,
am I able to see anything with, I guess, passive aurora? Or
I mean, it would be roughly about the same explanation. You know, with Aurora, you can see a much farther view, and you would just see the dried fields kind of stretching out around you. You could also see Corsair like off in the distance because you're still roughly within line of sight of that. But again, nothing that would cause alarm or make you pause or make you worry about anything. It's just more or less a small point of interest in an otherwise bland scenery.
this way, if you please. And I'll lead the group to the mural to start with.
Okay. So the vines that you had to push away the first time, Thor, when you were wrestling with Buffy back during October time, have dried up and kind of died and shriveled, which allow a bit more of a clear picture of what you're looking at. It is a scenery that's depicted. It's perhaps 10 feet tall and maybe about 15 feet wide, and it showcases this natural sanctuary. There's this giant, thick, old willow tree growing up out of the center of this pond with these strikingly yellow tendrils kind of draping down, revealing that it's a willow tree. Inside the pond itself, you see this mass of squirming and swirling colors, and then kind of discerning as you look closer that it is a huge variety of fish, all kind of taking different directions and crossing over each other. And the last thing to kind of help assist in realizing that this might be something other than just a piece of art, the sky behind the scenery is this blackness with tiny little white pinpricks dotted across the surface. And while it would first appear as a starry night or a night sky, there is a strange eeriness to it all. The lighting doesn't line up, the actual layout of the piece doesn't quite feel right, which helps guide you to the realization that this is probably the grove that it had been referred to in several different places.
I think now might be a good time to take Mr. Moon's auto 20 on history.
Okay. You want to go ahead, roll me a check, but we'll make it a 20 if it isn't. Okay. And this is just asking him more or less about the grove and knowledge that might be known?
Interpret the fresco.
Okay. After looking over it for quite some time, kind of getting closer and pushing a little bit of the dried vines away every so often, he would look back at you and be almost kind of disappointed in himself before actually speaking with you. There isn't much more that I can discern through this that I didn't already have as passing knowledge. I know that Master Diplom seems to have some oral history of what we might be looking for, but as far as written knowledge, it's rather slim.
What do you make of it then, Mr. Clay?
Well, seems pretty straightforward, but perhaps there is some hidden meaning or sigil, possibly, within the mural itself. And Clay would go and give it a nice fine-tooth comb look over to see if there's any kind of secret signs or marks known to the order.
And give me an investigation then. Okay. Something that you find, a small detail that doesn't exactly indicate to you that there is something deeper going on, but is something that had been overlooked by kind of a passive look at this art piece, where the roots of the willow tree begin to spread out and kind of cling over the small mound of earth that it grows from. You see this small silvery blurb in the piece. You kind of stare down and try and figure out what this might be, what the artist was trying to convey with the limited amount of detail that it has. And you can more or less guess after some time that it is the eye symbol that Shevlin's chosen wear somewhere on their uniform, whether it's a clasp on their sash or a piece of ornamentation on their armor or a belt buckle. It is a sign of what order you serve, and that is just rested kind of between two of the roots that seep down into the water.
Something like a button?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just a medallion or an amulet or a piece of metal. It's hard to tell exactly what it is.
I'd like to push on it.
Nothing happens, it's just the wall.
Whisper into it. Break the beast.
I enjoy the problem solving, but there would also be no effect.
Okay. As the fine gentleman said, this is fairly straightforward, but Lord Athelvane, you, I believe, have something that may connect with this. This is the symbol of the eye.
So first I'll move my casting focus near that spot to see if there's any response.
No, there'd be no uptick or presence.
All right, how about the eye?
Are you just holding like the box that it's in up to it?
I'll, like open it and then sort of point it at it.
Again, there would not be any noticeable response.
So it's just an eye symbol in the wall at the base of the tree trunk.
Yeah, and it's not like built into the wall, it's just part of the mural. Like, it's just part of the artwork. It's not a socket or a gem or a medallion actually set into the wall.
It's just part of the painting.
Yeah.
Is there like an actual like crypt part of this that you walk into?
Yeah,
Or is
that's
it
what
just...
that entranceway goes down into. That's beneath the big mound.
Okay.
Which you've been in, I imagine, when you were down here exploring
Yeah.
it with Valorant, yeah.
Why don't we tour the whole place? We'll make sure that we aren't missing anything. And give us some time to ruminate.
Keep an eye out for the symbol. It may lead to another clue.
Can I whip out the telescope
Yeah, imagine so, yeah.
and just start like looking around all over the place?
Yeah, where you guys are at currently, up on the top, near the barracks, looking over the mural, looking around, nothing would stand out to you except for the things attached to the party and the caravan and things of that nature.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I would just kind of like mumble to myself, assuming this is on another plane, right? Maybe there's a portal somewhere? Just like looking anywhere and everywhere.
Is the party moving down into the actual structure? Okay.
Yeah.
If I get no ticks, then yes. What about Valorant's horse?
What about him?
Is he magical?
That's a good question. We'll leave that for
Yeah.
later.
Come on.
But as the party, so are you taking Verkian Moon down here with you?
Yeah, he can stay with us.
Okay. I don't have a token for him, so he's just gonna be kicking around. But as the group move down the stairs, and again, Thor and Valorant, you're familiar with this. It's perhaps a 20-foot descent down into the earth beneath the actual mound, and the structure itself is wider than the mound is, but that's just the covering for the archway or the entrance that you step through. Is there any sort of light source that you guys are bringing down, since it would be dark down here?
I always have my light.
Okay.
I'll produce flame.
Okay. Clay, since you have the highest perception, as the kind of echoing footsteps of the party continue to descend lower and lower, and echoing kind of into the depths of the structure, and then coming back to you a few moments later, between the sounds of the party, eventually, very faintly, so distant that you can't quite make out what direction it's coming from or where the source might be, you just hear this
Be aware. We are not alone. Something draws breath within these halls.
I will speak the word to light my flame glaive.
I'm gonna try to enter stealth mode with a light, but
Okay.
And can I try to make my way towards whatever this room would be?
You are free to move about because you and Valorant would be very familiar with the layout, and I imagine Clay and Decker can move about as they wish. But yeah, there's no limitation on where you can move. I will ask everyone to give me a quick perception check, though. All right. So Thor, as you take the first kind of striding steps into this main room, where it's clear that this place has been ransacked and lived in and moved in and out of, and it is just the remnants of past ages of distinguished service, and now it's just kind of a hole in the ground with just the faintest whiff of what it once was. But as you move into this room, and Clay, you kind of also try and focus in on that sound to try and get a better idea of where it's coming from. The door just to your southeast, or the one that you are approaching, as you get closer, you hear that kind of coming through that door and reaching your ears.
Does it appear to be moving like closer to us?
No, it seems to be at about the same distance it was first picked up, but you can more accurately identify a loose direction of where it's coming from.
Okay, can I just like kind of quietly attempt to open this door?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a door?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like a door.
Yeah. And all the doors down here unlock, so you would just, unlatch it and move it forward. This one is warped and old and almost deteriorated, so as you begin pushing it, it scrapes across the stone. You kind of like collect a little bit of hay as you keep pushing it forward. It's not the easiest thing to open, but you can maneuver it enough to get through.
Okay. I guess I'll just like keep my ears out for that noise as I just move my way through the doors.
Mm-hmm.
Just like listening.
So as you keep moving farther and farther east and pushing the doors open and checking each bedroom, you would hear the noise growing louder and louder, coming from that door at the end of the hallway, the last door that you are facing.
So this door, correct?
Yeah.
Alright, then kind of with my light, I'd try to like cup it so that it only reflects like this way
Okay.
versus out.
Uh-huh.
Although I'm sure that doesn't work as well as I think it would.
Just blind yourself.
Well, I imagine it's like an iPhone light, you know,
Yeah,
if
I
you put your
gotcha,
hand
yeah.
in front of it. Yeah. I would just kind of like point to that door, and like looking back at Valorant, just kind of mouthing, "He's in there, whatever it is." And I'll just inch up,
You open
and I
that
guess
door?
I will try to stealthily, creepily, quietly open that door with a light.
Okay. As you push the door open, and there's just like... You peer in, and as the bit of your light moves through the crack you've created, you stare off into the corner where there's this kind of ramshackle desk. Two of the legs are broken, so the entire surface is kind of cockeyed and leaned towards the ground. There's this incredibly worn and almost evaporated, not really the term I'm looking for, large chair pressed up into the corner. And inside the chair is a sight that first kind of like makes you jolt a little bit. There's like tension kind of shooting across your muscles before you realize there's no immediate threat, and you kind of peer closer in on what you're looking at. And there is this shriveled, tiny raisin of a man. All of his limbs are curled up towards the core of his body, his legs almost in like a fetal position. His limbs are nothing but bone and this tight, wrinkled skin clinging to them. The face is shrunken and gaunt, the sockets almost entirely back into the base of his skull as two kind of almost blind eyes peer out. As you look closer and watch as his head kind of slowly maneuvers on this crinkly broken neck, you see this strange yellow energy emanating from his chest, and you see it slowly expand before it sucks back in. You hear and then it pulls back out and slams again. And you can see that this strange energy is forcing this being's heart to beat each and every moment as its eyes kind of lock up with you.
Okay, creepy old man. You weren't here last time, right? He wasn't here last time?
I'm gonna push in at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Ah!
Just sort of seething at the idea that this place has been intruded upon.
So, as Valorant, you make yourself into the room, and Clay, I'm assuming you're the rest of the party, looking this man over yet again, using the various source of lights that you have, as his head, almost loose atop his torso, gently kind of glides to each party member. The only clothing that you can see, or the only accessory on this person, is this very modest, plain rope attached to this somewhat mundane-looking clay circular amulet that rests between the bones and the sunken rib cage of this figure as he still lays curled in the chair.
Can I make out insignia on this amulet?
No. Decker, give me a religion check real quick. Damn. It does not appear easily recognizable to any of you.
What is this?
As you speak, you see the sunken and blind eyes, or seemingly blind eyes, move over to you and staring into your soul, and you just hear this weak, clinging to life voice rattling from this practical corpse in front of you. You can call me
If I divine sense, does he ping as undead?
As you divine sense, a power that you understand but haven't seen in ages, you haven't felt the presence of in quite some time, washes over you. This almost comforting yet strangely terrifying presence as you reach out and your eyes slowly grow down to the amulet on his chest, and you see it glowing this almost white, pure light wafting and emanating off of this clay and into the air around him. And it's a celestial presence.
All right. How old did you say?
Tall.
Why are you here?
I am here to complete my task.
Which is?
He kind of looks across the party a few different times before his eyes rest on you, Valoran, and then down to the charm or the source of power that you wield. And you see his eyes narrow down upon it before looking back up into your eyes. The Grove.
Does his name mean anything to me?
History check.
Can I piggyback off of that one as well?
I'll let you assist Valoran in a history check.
Can I piggy the piggyback?
No, you cannot.
Come on. Just for fun.
How far away is the rest of our party in like a line of sight type of distance? Are they?
Are you still asking if they're within 120 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably would be. Roll again, Valoran.
And while they're doing this, I would describe the medallion that I'm seeing to Gavin in a message and see if he.
I know I've asked this before, but I can't remember off the top of my head. They cannot no, they can reply with message. Okay. So, Valoran, as you are racking your brain, Decker, you reach out to your mentor and explain in kind of loose but rough details of what you're looking at. And there's a long pause before you get a response. That's a messenger medallion. That is something only handed out by the Creator's servants. And a quick point of order, because we have not covered this yet. The Earth Father, who is referred to as the Creator a lot of the time, what would be angels in our world is called messengers for him. The divine, loyal servants that he wields to kind of do his bidding are called messengers, or the Creator's messengers. And so basically what he's just imparted to you is that medallion is something that only an angel, or the equivalent of an angel, would have access to. And James, Valoran, as you were racking your brain, and you can't quite place the name, but you realize it's familiar, Clay kind of like pipes up behind you, just like stepping up and whispering in your ear. He's like, the Knights of the West. And then it clicks for you. Tall D'Avance.
I'll unflame the glaive at this point, and sort of like lean in to get a better look at this guy. And I let me find it. I sort of muttered to him, in victory.
You're gonna have to give me the other half of that, because I do not have that pulled up currently.
But he does know the other half?
He would, yeah.
Okay, it's beauty.
Gotcha. He would, you would see the very thin, dried, crackled skin of his lips twerk up just a little bit beauty.
I think under the circumstances, like, I actually take a... Like, I don't get all the way next to him, but I want to get where there's no furniture between us and just sort of take a knee leaning on the glaive. And with a shift in attitude now, just... Sir Devance, what is this? What happened to you?
Kind of lets his head crane back, and he almost stares like a 1,000-yard stare where there's nothing in front of him, but it's clear that he is looking at something before he returns his gaze back to you. I refused to leave this world until my task was complete.
Sort of over my shoulder, I explained to the others, it's incredible, but this might be Knight Commander Devance, the last master of the Knights of the West before they were taken on by my ancestor.
As you say his full title, all of you would hear this. That name, so long.
And as he, if there's a pause, that I'll message, since Valoran's taken the lead, I'll message Valoran that he wears a medallion of the messenger of the Earth Father.
Mm-hmm. Which
I'm assuming
Valoran you would be familiar with to an extent, yeah. Or at least what a messenger is.
It has been something like 2 centuries since your day. What can you tell us about the Grove?
As you point out the time frame, the smile on his face widens just a little bit more before all of a sudden his expression shifts to this incredibly indulgent depression of sorrow, of grief. Just 183 years.
Where have you been?
Stares back up at whatever other being he is communicating with, as far as you can tell, before returning back to you. I have seen it all. Rested. Toiled. But now I know where I belong.
I'm gonna reach out. I'm gonna reach out my hand and just lay a finger on his arm, on his wrist, and see if laying on hands makes it any easier for him to speak, if it gives him any additional life.
I don't like my voice. I take that as a personal slight there, James.
No, I'm trying to help this guy.
Yeah, I got you. You can certainly... So, as your hands meet his skin, it depresses under just the gentlest touch like rice paper, and his bones are grotesquely mushy. There's a little bit of give to them as you just gently rest your hand on him, and you just see his whole body, even though it's already curled, close in tighter as he almost like flinches in this sluggish manner away from your touch.
Tell me, blasphemer, was this your reward for what your order did to Shevlin?
Clay, as you speak, you see his head like loll back and then almost twist sideways to meet your gaze. Blasphemy, no. Righteous path is what I follow.
What does the telescope tell me about this man?
You would more clearly be able to witness that strange glowing energy that emanates and then shrinks to pulse his heart, and the symbol around his neck, or the amulet dangling from the rope, would glow this kind of like bright white that's almost like kind of blinding to look at through the telescope.
Show us the path.
Knocks his head back over to you. That is why I am here. Pick me up.
So I actually turn to Thor and hold my glaive out for him to take from me.
Oh,
and then, and then I'm going to, carefully as I can, scoop this guy up.
So as you go to move him, there is no way to pick him up without causing some damage. As you lift, it just, even putting the spread out points of pressure on your forearms, you can hear bones breaking under your touch. But assuming it's best to do the whole process quickly, you scoop him up, hearing this like "Arr!" as you pull him to your chest and then have him in your grip.
Forgive me, Commander.
Bring me to where your ancestors lie.
Turning to the group, I say to Thor, "You know the way, the other door."
Yup.
Can I insight check what he just said as to whether he means lie as in rest in peace, or
Go for it, sir.
a falsehood that they created?
Oh.
Given how unfamiliar you are with all that is occurring right now, it's hard to understand there is double meaning in this saying. But Valorant, as you have this fragile, ancient being in your hand, as you step into what's more or less kind of like a gathering hall or the great hall of this underground structure, the burial room off to your right, he like shifts ever so slightly in your grasp. Stop here. And then his eyes, like his head, knock back over your arm, and his hand begins to just creak and tremble as a singular finger comes up and he gestures towards the southern wall. Open your eyes.
Let's start with this.
Looking off at the southern wall, which at any quick glance just appears to be another wall of the structure built into this, underground facility. As you step closer, examining the stonework, seeing if there's anything out of place, nothing immediately stands out to you.
Divine sense.
As you reach out again with the man still in your grasp, feeling that rush of celestial energy kind of crossing over you again, as you stare at the wall, almost as if it's being written before your eyes, this scratchy, slow, dragging handwriting across the stonework. You see, maybe about a foot above eye level on the wall, appears the saying, "Heroes cannot stand alone." And then just below that, about another 6 or so inches, there is a small indentation of what looks like a miniature gauntlet set into the wall.
Is there... Hmm. Where can I set Devance down?
Do you want me to hold him?
Can you hold him?
What do you mean? Yes, I can hold him. I don't know. Can I? Am I gonna like burst into flames?
No, but he might.
I think he's fine. He's been around for 100 and whatever years.
Be
Yeah.
very, very careful, Thor. He's like an empty cocoon.
Yeah, I'm not gonna drop him. Hopefully, and then.
All right.
So as you pass him over, and again you hear that sharp intake of pain as Thor, this paper is set into your arms. You just like almost kind of like timidly like.
It's like a baby that you don't know what to do with. You're just
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
mm.
But yes, Valor, your hands are now free.
So I walk up to the wall and put my left hand with my focus near that spot. And I also have explained to everybody, I'll tell everybody what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm. As you step forward, kind of the lingering essence of your divine sense still being in your gaze, and you hold up your symbol, you feel it almost like magnetized, leaving your hand before you can softly slip your actual source of power into the wall. And as it makes contact, the party that is watching would now see the emblazoned words across the stonework reveal for everyone else. And as the symbol touches and the magnetism kind of fades away, you see two parts of the wall kind of slowly shift away, revealing these double inward swinging doors. And then eventually peering inside, you would spawn a new room opened up to you.
Yup, definitely didn't see that the first time.
Eagerly entering the space.
All right, come on, Grandpa. I'll just edge
So
him
as
forward.
you step into this room, which as soon as the door opens, there's this quick rush of stale air where you can immediately tell that this place has not been accessed in quite some time. Coming inside and using the various light sources that you have, examining this new room, there is this massive, intricate, and ornate fountain, this multi-tiered stone structure stemming from the middle of the room, reaching at about maybe 10 feet tall at its highest, with water descending down each layer. There are pipes following each step before embedding themselves in the floor, reaching other pools on both the western and eastern side. Written in, or carved into the bottom curve or the circumference of the lowest tier of the fountain is the saying or the words, "They must draw others to their cause."
What's the water like? Is it clear? Is it murky? Is it smell bad?
So as you step up to the fountain proper, The water doesn't appear to be tainted or strange in any way. It's clear that it has been left down here for quite some time. There's a bit of debris and dust kind of on the surface or resting down on the bottom of the pools. If you kind of crane up and get a little bit more elevation, you see where the spigot at the top of the fountain, where the water is actually being produced, it looks almost like someone could rest their hand down into this bowl that produces the water, like it is purpose built to depress.
Take a look back at Devance and Thor, just checking in.
Yep. Still creepy, old and breathing.
So as Devance kind of takes in the room around you, he would meet your eyes again. Bigger than ours.
I think Clay would start to investigate the mechanical aspects of the room, the pipes, looking around, see how everything connects.
Getting a quick investigation of the room, both on the southwest and the southeast walls, there are plain, smooth doors. You can tell they're double hinged, also interior swinging doors, much similar to the one that just opened behind you. There's no handles or mechanism built into them, but as you see the water pipes flowing to the other fountain, you see the one running south to the main door on the southern end of the chamber. And the pipe actually reaches up into this door, and the door has 4 distinct pockets or bowls built into it out of some sort of clear or see-through rock or glass or material. And it almost appears, just kind of making some assumptions, kind of staring at it, that this pipe that leads to it aims to push water into one of those empty bowls.
So the spot where you said looked like it was almost like a handle, where was that located?
It's at the top of the fountain. It's like the top spigot of the fountain. It's actually pushing the water out and then flowing it down. And it's a small stone bowl that's about, maybe 12, like you have a foot wide. And it's a circle. And you could basically just like lay your hand down into it.
I'm going to do that. Left hand.
As you press your hand down, you feel like the resistance of the water pushing against, I guess you have your skin or your gloves on at this point.
I think I would pull my gauntlet off and just do bare hand.
Okay. 1 moment. As you press down, the actual top spigot that is pushed out sinks beneath your grip ever so slightly. There's a small bit of delay that you feel once you push before it actually begins to move. And then you hear this mechanical clicking and whirring kind of coming from all over as water flows faster and harder out of the pipes, one of them actually shooting up into that southern door, filling the first pocket that it reaches. And you hear this clicking to the southeast, the door shuffling open a little bit before opening up entirely, and it would reveal another space.
I just point down the hall without taking my hand out of the bowl and say, I must gather others to my cause.
I'm gonna go to the other one, and I'll repeat what he did with this one.
So, Decker, as you move down to the southeast, looking at this forgotten about place, you step into a room much similar to the first, except now there are 3 other fountains instead of the 2. You see that pipe running to the door, where this door, which is now on the western wall that mirrors the door to the south, has the first pocket of water filled, and there's 3 more left in that are now empty. Stepping up to the fountain, pressing your hand down to where you'd seen Valoran press, You feel yourself shove. You hear the slightest bit of resistance, and nothing moves. Should have mentioned this. As you step in, if you do a kind of quick glance, you would see more writing at the base of the fountain on the lowest level, and it reads, "They must rely on those who overcome."
What's the holdup? Did you find it?
I can't read what it says.
They must rely on those that overcome.
It says.
Well, Thor, you try.
I'm holding the Jello Man.
Oh, Clay will run in. And I guess climb up top. Because that's, above him.
Mhm.
No, I lost myself.
There you are.
And, oh.
There you go.
Why is my mouse pad working? Yeah, he'll clamber up top.
As you
Kind of
you
stand
actually
on it.
have to like kind of up and over yourself off of each tiers where, Valorant and Decker would just kind of walk up each step. As you reach the top, kind of craning your hand over the edge to push down, you two would feel like the slightest push, resistance, and then nothing. And as you do this, Thor, the man in your hands looks up at you and then looks down at your chest and he goes, "Strength."
Oh, I need to put you down, Jelly Man. Okay, here. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And
You're setting him on the
Just
ground.
Thor.
Yeah. What, you want to carry Paper Man?
Yeah, it's fine.
Alright, yeah. I mean, I feel like we're gonna have to set them down eventually, but it's fine. Here, you take them, and I'll just gently
Okay.
break every bone in this man's body. And then I will get up there and give it the good old college try.
Thor, as you press your hand down, you don't understand what the others were having a problem with. As you simply just press the spigot down, you feeling it going before that mechanical whir kicks in again. Another shot of water shooting through the pipe, filling up that second bubble in the door as another door opens for you. There's a lot of revealing to do today. Let me get that real quick.
I don't see what the problem was. We hurt the man for nothing.
You would reveal another pathway and another chamber to your southwest.
So, just to test for like a second, if I let go, does the door start closing?
Yes, as you pull your hand up, everything begins to rescind where it had pushed out before.
Okay, I just wanted to test that before we just assumed that was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just keep my hand lazily there. All right.
Thor, let me try something. And I'll ask Thor to move his hand and put Aurora on the spigot, see if she's heavy enough to hold it down.
So, Thor, as you pull your hand away and you feel everything begin to retract, the spigot moving up, if you set Aurora down or try and like do the Indiana Jones kind of thing, the spigot would just raise back up and everything would seal.
Yeah, don't worry, I got it. And I'll just slap it as everything goes back to the way it was. Just go, this button was meant for me.
Oh, well, Decker, shall we?
We shall.
Decker, as you enter the room, I'll save you the trouble. Very similar description of what you've seen previously. Along the bottom of this fountain reads, "They must lean on those who do not buckle."
It's got to be one of us. You
Why
wanna
don't
save
we
me the trouble
both
of having
try
to climb?
something at the same time, Clay?
Yeah, sure.
You
So,
both
There,
clamber
I'll
up,
still I'll
get in
put the guy
position.
down.
Okay, I'm
Put the guy
imagining we're
down.
dropping him at some point. Yeah. As you both press down on the spigot, feeling that water pushing up against your hand, you would be able to depress it, opening up another door. Let me do that real quick. And Valoran, you would notice from your position that the hallway on the southwest side of where you're at opens up as well.
It's working.
Someone go press the last button or throw the old man on it.
All right, Clay will lift his hand up.
It will remain depressed.
and I'll keep holding it.
I'll come over. What do we got written?
It reads, "They must heed advice that sets them straight."
Ah, well, it's the only one with some common damn sense in the group. Clamber back up and push in there.
As you depress this button and hear a much louder mechanical noise begin to fill the chambers around you, each and every party companion would see that last bubble of the door fill with water, and all of the main doors facing the interior begin to open, and you stare into this room. There is this large rectangular fountain with this elegant maiden statue set in the middle. There are these 4 spigots on each side or each corner of the wall, spraying water into the fountain itself, and there's pathways leading to each or from each room.
I'll fly Aurora in here, and keeping a hand on the fountain, I'll transfer over to her and see what I can see in a quick fly around.
So doing a quick, I guess, perception or investigation of the area, there's no words written upon this fountain. There's no depression or mechanical thing to focus on. It seems to be somewhat ritualistic. There is this spot at the base of the woman's statue that's kind of seems to be meant for someone to kind of stand within her stone but loving embrace.
If I pick my hand up, does it start to reset?
Everything begins to close. Both the doors to your south and east and the door down. Everybody's doors would start closing in.
Put it back. Put it back. Put it back.
Do we just make a run for it?
No, where's Moon?
So, Decker, as you were left with Devance, because Clay set him down in that room, you would see his eyes meet yours, and he goes, "One more is needed."
I'll message Gavin again.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him to come down here.
He would reply basically with like, "All right," and then after some time, you would hear kind of distant footsteps coming down the staircase, and then I'm assuming you give him rough directions once he gets down here. Yeah. So
Where's Florent in all of this?
He's still up with the caravan along with Brandon Campbellton as well.
I didn't know if we would take him or not.
As far as I'm aware, everybody is with the caravan that was originally with the caravan.
Okay.
But yeah, Decker, as you hold your position, you would see your mentor. I guess Valoran would see him first, but you can almost look straight across this pathway and back to where you had originally entered. And before reaching you, he would approach Valoran and kind of look up, like, What is all this?
Right. Please, inside.
Where?
I point.
So you pointing him to the center?
I guess I would. Can I talk to him through all this, or
You could probably, I guess, shout that distance. That's
yeah,
reasonable.
I'd tell him to take over for Valorant.
See him kind of look up at you and then look at your hand, and he's like, all right, and steps up onto the fountain and puts his hand beside yours.
What happens when I pick my hand up?
It would begin to rescind, all the doors beginning to close yet again. He starts looking around, kind of panicked.
Yeah, push it back down.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, can they just swap hands?
No, like if he leaves Gavin's hand on it, it starts going back up.
Oh,
I won't move. Inside.
He like kind of looks a little bit worried, and then gets off the fountain, starts crossing his way into the center chamber. And when he reaches the fountain in the middle, he like looks each way, kind of seeing all the party members, and then he looks over at Decker from the fountain that he stands in front of. All right, boy, what now?
I don't know. I was hoping you would tell us.
I
Do you recognize who that is?
kind of looks up at the statue, kind of narrowing his eyes. It somewhat reflects perhaps a Rovika, potentially.
Is there writing?
Kind of looks over at you and then looks down at the fountain, kind of peering around, kind of walking around it a couple times. Not that I can see, no.
Get the jelly man.
What?
The messenger with me. Bring
Kinda-
him to the middle.
He would come down to you and find the advance on the ground, and you see his confusion just culminate in this, like, what the fuck is going on here? Before stepping up to the raisin man, reaching down. Who are you? And you hear a small dialogue going back and forth between them, and you see Gavin's eyes just going wide. You see him staring down at the messenger emblem upon his chest, and he looks over at you, Decker. This is insanity. What is going on here?
I suppose you'll find out along with us. I really don't know.
He kind of like leans in, leaving the advance behind and speaking directly to you, Decker. I'm not going to say that I know this for certain because I am immensely out of my depth here, boy. You are playing with something that might send you out of our realm, out of our plane.
We're not playing. Take him to the middle.
You see him, like, just look overwhelmed for a moment. He, like, looks down at the water kind of trickling at each other's feet. Shaking his head, he steps over to the advance and begins to, like, very gently scoop him up before bringing him to the center. As he is brought into the room, all of you being able to hear the kind of echoes of his voice, you would all hear, one more. Even as Gavin brings him to the fountain and kind of just holds him, looking unsure.
And if I fly Aurora in there, then nothing. She doesn't trigger it, I suppose.
No.
Is there somewhere to place your hand?
Kind of looks around the fountain again. No, and he, like, holds the advance in one arm as he's, like, starting to, like, just kind of, like, lay his hand all over the statue. Valorn, as you are watching everything, you would see the advance, like, lock eyes with you. He's kind of being jostled around in the grip. And there's like a frail finger, his arm lifting back up as he just does this slow finger motion, kind of gesturing you with his hand.
Am I quick enough to get through the door before it closes if I...
You could, but you'd close everybody in.
Oh well. Here I go.
Yeah. Chaos.
Valorant, as you pull your hand off and dive off the fountain and book through the room, all of you are immediately sealed into each other's chambers. Not even the connecting hallways are open to you. You can't see into the center. As Valorant, you are left in this space with Diavance and Gavin, who Gavin starts looking around all panicked. And then Diavance still kind of like gestures his finger to you.
I think all you would hear is Thor go, "Oh, best friend, come on."
I hustle right over.
Kind of leaning his head over the elbow of Gavin. One more. And then he looks over at the statue where there's the small space for a humanoid figure to kind of stand within the arms of the statue in the fountain, and looks back over at you. You. And then he points back at the door that you just dove through. One more.
I embrace the statue.
Nothing would happen.
Nothing? Okay.
Because, I mentioned this, forgot to mention this. The northeastern water spigot that had been pouring water into this fountain now no longer produces any water, as it's just the northwest, southwest, and southeast.
Can we see? Can like us three see each other, or do
No.
all the doors?
All
are
the
closed?
doors
Okay.
are closed. So you are trapped in your little hexagon
Cool.
rooms. Yeah.
Decker! Can you hear me?
Can I hear him?
Yes, you'd be able to hear him.
I message back. Yes, this is easier. No need to
Danica.
shout.
Send Danica to that first fountain.
All right.
Do you message Danica?
Yeah, I just this is a little sketchy at this point, but yeah, I'll message her.
What do you say?
I'll explain to her that we're trapped and that we need her to come down to the I'll give her directions like I gave Gavin.
Mm-hmm. You would get a message back. Now you need me. I see how it is.
Now, sister.
So a few moments would pass, all of you locked in your respective rooms, before you would hear a very distant pair of footsteps before Danica, would appear at the fountain. And Valorant, are you still stood in the center of that statue?
Yeah, I'm holding position.
Okay. As do you give her instructions on what to do, Decker?
Yeah, I'll explain to her to press down on it.
Okay. As you hear the stone depress and all the doors begin to open, Valorant, you would witness as that northeastern spigot pops up, pushing water out, landing down in the pool of the fountain beneath you. And as everyone starts looking around, the doors opening, be able to see each other, feeling a bit of relief. The relief is instantly replaced as everybody hears this boom, and the world around you vanishes, and you find yourself standing knee-deep in a pool of water. As all of your senses are brought back and you are looking around, Clay, you are immediately horrified. At first, you think that you are standing in a dark field in the middle of the night sky stretching above you with thousands and thousands of stars. But as everybody looks up to the sky, instead of a moon, instead of a sun, instead of anything that you would recognize, there is this large, hovering, yellow eye, thousands of metal chains dangling out from around them, shooting down to all the various stars stretching across the expanse. The eye is flicking almost violently, staring at one thing to the next, overlooking this realm that you have found yourself in. And so you're all standing in this pool, this fountain, Danica looking all like at you, or at the scenario, looking slightly terrified. Clay, you realize that you have been teleported into the void realm. And that these stars that you are seeing are not stars. They are souls of the departed, drifting across the sky, being pulled and yanked and guided by these various chains. And as everyone continues to take in the scene, looking around, feeling this sense of alien environment around you, looking off to your north, perhaps about half a mile away, you see the boughs of a yellow willow tree draping down, and before it descends to the ground, you can see what's beneath it. There is this vast labyrinth of stone rooms that connect in various strange ways, leading from what you assume to be potentially the grove and where you stand now. As you look across this bridge to your north, there is a strangely smooth wall, these strange statues protruding off of each side of the door. The material doesn't look like anything that you're familiar with. It isn't stone, it isn't metal. It's this black, swirling, completely unique thing that you've never dealt with before. And that is where you all find yourself.
It's all
Valor.
It's all wrong. Why is it wrong?
Because
Where are we?
Vane,
Why have you
When
brought
your
my sister
order-
here?
Because, Lord Valoran, when your order bastardizes that most holy, this is what we get.
Without looking down, like still looking up at the sky, Valor says, "Don't be a fool. Only Shevlin could have built that back there, and he built it in folk."
Danica would be looking up at you, Decker, looking uniquely or strangely off-put, where usually she's pretty good at staying on her feet and keeping a rather good front. All of the colors fade from her face as she kind of shrivels in on herself, standing in a pool just beside you all. Brother, where are we? What is this?
Do I have any idea what this is at this point?
I would say that, with your various teachings that you've gone through with Gavin and just kind of general knowledge, and also being part of this party, you could assume that you have entered the Void Realm and you have some knowledge of what that is.
Sister, somehow we found ourselves in the afterlife.
What the fuck? Kind of looks over at everybody. How do we get back? Why did we come here?
Sure, the answer will present itself. For now, stay calm and stay close to me.
I'm gonna climb
Is your-
down.
Yeah, I was gonna climb out.
I guess Devance is not with us.
Nope.
And Gavin, no?
Nope.
Valorant, is your box doing any tingling or ringing or anything?
I open it up and look inside.
As you pick up the box, there's this strange vibration, and you realize the box itself is shaking ever so slightly. Popping open the lid, you see that shriveled, disgusting maroon ball that you've been carrying around, kind of twitching and scuttering in place, just kind of pushing against the lining of the box, causing it to just tremble in your hand.
I just presume it may be pushing in a particular direction.
vaguely north.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll close it back and secure it about my person and start moving across the bridge.
Am I able to link with Aurora?
Yes, Aurora is here, and you can interact with her normally, call her, send her away, because as far as I understand, a familiar is a part of you, not just like a external animal. So it's relying on where you are and where your physical being is to exist.
All right, I'm gonna fly her across the bridge.
Okay. As you fly over, just giving you another quick explanation of what's around you, this bridge leads over again, everything to you is strange in this scenario, but where it almost appears at water at first, as you get closer and peer down more intently at it, it almost looks like this slick, crude, thick oil, this black, constantly kind of crawling over itself liquid that has this metallic sprinkling, this glitter mixed inside of it that turns and churns on itself as this lazy river of mysterious slime almost kind of drifts past under the bridge and off to the west. And that's what you would see flying over. You'd also see various physical skeletons kind of being pushed around and like kneaded and lifted and sunken under the surface of this strange river or creek as you fly over to the north.
I'll just have her perch up on top of the chain. And
Yeah, to explain that the things that are slightly opaque on the map are things overhead that are connected, and there are chains kind of draped all over the scene, stretching far and away up into the sky to give you some sense of how far away this eye is. It's probably thousands of feet up above you, and these chains stretch all over this realm or this plane of existence to the point where it's almost like a constant spider web across the sky.
And does this eye look familiar?
You would quickly recognize it as an eye that you've seen attached to Novin, but in a much larger version.
I've got to start crossing the bridge.
Be careful.
Yeah, follow.
I'll take Danica's hand and walk with her.
So, real quick. Everyone move. Valorant stay put. Everyone else put where you would be if Valorant was there. Okay. Valorant, as you get your first foot off of the bridge itself, stepping down on this strange, almost kind of like warping, twisting stonework. All these paths are rested in this material that isn't earth, that isn't dirt. It's just matter. It's just black matter beneath you. As you place your foot down, you feel this like cold shiver racing up your back, racing up your spine, making your hair stand on end before this clattering, this collection of bone begins to play out. You hear this, and as you glance around, you would quickly see across all the skeletal figures left in this river, they begin to piece themselves together, begin crawling into humanoid form as we all roll initiative. So as the party proceed across the bridge, Valorant, you take that single step and you begin watching these skeletons constructing themselves around you. Thor, as you are staring at these strange swirling masses of black liquid forcing themselves back together, some of the skulls covered in like a askew helmet, their eyes staring up at you. You feel your body kind of reflexively prepare yourself and allow you to take the first move, sir.
Okay. So guess we'll see if this works. I guess just kind of instinctively he'll just say like, look out, and like just point and then cast guiding bolt at I guess this one.
Okay.
Sure.
That would hit, sir.
Nice.
Guiding bolt. Oh yeah, it's radiant. Totally forgot about that. As you stand upon the bridge, watching these things build themselves, trying to preemptively put one of them down, what does guiding bolt look like to you, sir?
Great question. I hadn't really thought about that before I cast it.
Welcome to the club, sir.
I imagine it's just like, you ever seen like those movies where it's like a Hydra and all the heads are attacking at once and they're like, it's like going back and forth. It's like Thor's tiny little angry head just going back and forth in like a beam of light before it hits, so that it's like all a bunch of them gnawing at.
As you throw out this energy and you see these snaking trails of Thor's heads kind of swirling and dancing with each other, like you were striking in a rage, this roar, this aggression, though it is silent, you see the many faces of Thor collide with the skull of the skeleton, and you just disintegrate it. A bunch of dust and bone marrow just flying off into the side, or into the air as you blast it down in a single blow.
Oh my. Oh wow. And then I will bonus action rage. And how low is this bridge? Like,
the bridge slowly arcs up and then crests down the other side. So at its highest, it's probably about 10 feet from the surface of the liquid. Where you're at now, you're probably only about 2 or 3 feet.
So like if I moved right here, I could reach that guy with an attack.
Yes.
Okay. Then I would like to move there, and that would end my turn.
All right, and Clay?
Clay would whip his discs around as they start to kind of oscillate around him, spin around him.
Orbit?
There we go. Orbit him, and may the stars light my path, and wild shape into the archer form, and fire off a little bolt there towards. Go with this guy.
All right.
And I have too much stuff. There we go.
The damage? Or is that your roll?
Oh, sorry. Here we go. Roll.
Alright, so that does hit, and that's 5. What kind of damage is that?
That should be radiant damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you stand almost at the crest of this bridge, allowing you to be almost the same height as your companions for a brief moment, you call upon the stars, and almost instinctively, you go to look up, and there is this flicker of warmth as you feel like you are looking up at the stars, and then quickly remember where you are at, and then calling upon your ancestors and the power that you wield, your body begins to glow, your arm outstretches as you fire off this bolt that looks like a massive arrow flying through. You see it shoot through the ribcage of the skeleton being formed, breaking a few of the bones, ripping them off on the other side, but it still continues to like struct itself back up, which is missing a good chunk of its chest.
And then from within one of the discs spinning around, a guiding bolt will fire off of it towards the same guy.
That would be a miss.
Look alive! And I guess, yeah, no, I'm the right one. And that would be it for Clay.
All right. Decker, up to you, sir.
I'll run past Valoran,
Mm-hmm.
and as I'm going past him, I'll tell him, keep us safe. And as I'm running, I'll have Aurora swoop in, give me the help action on this one, and then fly away.
Okay.
And 16 hit.
A 16 does hit.
Okay.
And this is a booming blade attack?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay. So that's 5 damage, and then if he moves, it's another d8. As you go... oh, you had a advantage, correct? You want to roll again?
yeah, good point.
Okay.
And then,
As you-
well, unless I would prevent it, I would bonus action disengage and then spend a superiority die and brace.
Okay. As you go scuttering across this strange stone path, running by this large statue that has its mouth agape to your right, you throw your rapier forward, and you see it strike true as if it was any other human being, but the thin blade, relying on stabbing into flesh, simply just goes straight through the skeletal form before you flourish out. The booming blade energy does roll from the sword and onto the bones, but your actual strike doesn't land anywhere as you pull the blade out, but you see that thundering, rolling energy begin to crawl across its figure. And then you would
I mean,
dart back and brace.
Loading that, I mean, maybe on my next strikes, I'll go for more of a slash. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I'll
We'll cover that when you go next, but that's all you got, sir?
yes.
Okay. So Decker, as you land back preparing yourself, trying to work through the scenario you find yourself in, Valorant, you are almost overwhelmed with the amount of events that have happened currently, feeling yourself a little bit sluggish to react as all of your companions begin to disperse across the battlefield. You now begin seeing these fully constructed humanoid figures, these remnants of warriors past, begin to crawl through this slime, dragging themselves through this strange liquid they find themselves in. And it is their turn. So he's going to crawl up to there. He's going to go there. He's going to attack 4. Yep. Actually.
All right. So that's on the one that just came in on me.
Uh-huh.
That's do you want me to give you the rolls right now or not?
Yeah. So if we want to work with, instead of like stabbing, you are like striking with the pommel or trying to like swipe it more, what I'll probably do is just half whatever damage you manage with it, if that works for you, because you're kind of using the weapon improperly.
I mean, it wouldn't have been the first time he fought skeletons, so I guess he
So
would
that'd be a 20
Yeah.
to hit. That would
I
hit.
don't know.
Oh no, that's your second roll. Sorry, from previously.
Yeah, so no, but as he comes in, so first of all, the booming blade procs.
It's another D8.
So that's 2d8 as it comes in. So that's 16 booming blade. And then the superiority die is a d8. And then it's another attack.
I'll hold off. Yeah, on your attack real quick, because as it begins to crawl from the liquid, the energy that you saw crawling across its bones now sinks in, and like a bolt of lightning shooting through its frame, you see these cracks and ripples and these scuttering fingers of electricity working through the bones before it like crawls up his jaw into its eye socket, and it just lets out this and then just explodes, just shatters of bone, kind of casting all around, kind of dancing across your front, like scuttering across the floor beside you as you just burst to this man like a pimple.
Okay.
And then Valorant, that was a 13 for your polearm mastery.
Right.
That would hit, sir.
Oh, okay. It's on this one.
Yep.
But do not count the flame damage because it's not lit yet.
Gotcha. So it would just be 6 slashing damage.
Yeah.
Okay. As it's clawing itself onto the surface out of this strange sludge, and you just land a blow, you just scrape past its helmet, leaving a nice gouge in the bone, but it doesn't care as it continues to climb up onto the land. And that would be it. So we have 1 attacking Thor, 3 attacking Valorant, And that'll be it. So we'll go Thor first. What's your AC, sir?
15.
Okay. Miss and a hit. And you are raging, correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay, that would be 5 damage.
Okay.
So as you're standing near the beginning of the curve of the bridge, it starts just throwing its weapon wildly over the stone railing, and you just like step back to avoid the first, but get a small nick on your arm as it swings this like crude spear in your direction. And then we'll go over the 3 attacking Valorant. What is your AC, sir?
18.
18. Okay.
The fates defeat you, and remove this from, I guess, the second attack roll.
Okay. It would have been 3 hits and a crit, but it is 2 hits and a crit now. So with that -3, I'm using the -3 to get rid of one of the hits because I assume that would be the way you would want to use it. So 2 hits. That would be. And then the crit is. You take 19 damage, sir. As you are stood in front of Danica, thankfully guarding her from being encroached upon, Decker dealing with his quarry, as Thor is fighting in the back, you are holding off the main host of the force as you are striking at one, but then feel all these claws, these bony fingers, these crude weapons jamming at you, driving, striking, attempting to hit you, and you just feel small blows kind of hitting your armor, bruising your skin, but not fully diving into your flesh. And then it would be your turn, sir.
So, as a bonus action, I call my weapon's name and light the magical flame of the glaive. And over my shoulder, I say to get Danica, "This is what I was talking about. Back up to the top of the bridge." And then I'll take the dodge action.
Okay. That's it?
Yep.
Okay. It would then be Danica's turn, and she kind of looks at you, and then looks back at the bridge, looks at the skeletons around, glances past you to see Decker, and it's like watching someone working through a scenario they've never been placed in, trying to apply different parts of their brain or what they've experiences of their life, and just not being able to filter it through anything, just kind of listening to Valoran's order without much care. She would step back. It would get an attack of opportunity on her as she moves.
She disengages. No disengage action for Danica?
I am debating whether or not she would even think to do so. Odds are even, sir.
Even.
Alright. Spurred on by Valoran's curt but firm warning, she would kind of do a quick shove of the skeleton's arm before she does back away, negating the attack of opportunity. But with Danica done... Okay. Decker, as you stand beside this statue, with its mouth basically like opened up to your ear, you begin to hear this rough, scratchy whisper to your right. Give me a con saving throw, sir. And Valorant, give me the same. Okay.
Yeah,
You
20
begin
friend.
to hear it like dragging, almost like under your ear, behind your jaw. You just kind of give your head a quick shake and look over at it skeptically, but nothing happens. And we would hop back up to Thor.
Yeah, so seeing that my my best friend is surrounded, well, I have one question. Is this a 10-foot wide bridge? Or is it-
Yeah.
Okay.
You can move by. It's just the way the grids are lined up is not.
Got it. Okay. I'll just be like, "Oh, best friend," and then I will run. I'll take the opportunity attack, whatever. As I'm running past Clay, I'll just say, "You got that one," and I'll just pat him.
Take
and
another 5 points of damage.
All right. And oh, I have that temporary HP, right?
Yeah, you would all have Lavelle's temporary HP.
Gotcha. Okay. Then I'll
5?
yeah, it's 5. So I'll just re-add that. Sorry, I forgot about that. Can I push through Valoran?
Yeah, you can move through his space if he like
All right.
allows it, which I imagine he would.
Yeah.
Just be like, I got this, buddy, and I'll kind of just slide through him,
Mhm.
and then as I'm sliding, I'll just whip around at the one that's already been hit by
Mhm.
Clay
Yep.
with my first attack. And
That would hit.
all right, and that does 11 damage.
Okay. Yes, it would be down.
So not standing, correct?
Yeah, you take care of that one.
Okay. All right, so I just kind of like uppercut that one and just like let the skull just like soar into the air, and then I'd use the momentum and whip the pickaxe down on the other side of me,
Mhm.
towards this one.
A hit.
8.
Okay. So as you dislodge the skull of one, carrying that swing and striking into the other, you manage to get the pickaxe's head like stuck in the collarbone, kind of shaking it free before wrenching it out, and you stare off with this one as it still stands, now eyeing you. Is that it?
Oh, and then a bonus action, I will activate my pendant thingy.
All right.
So my AC is now 17.
Gotcha. Clay, you're up, sir.
Quick question: is there an archer constellation within Asmiliath, and does it have a name? If so,
Sure. Arrow Point. Famous.
no point. Okay. Looking at the one behind Clay, Arrow Point take you to the depths of the hells, and he'll throw out a bonus action little shot over there.
It hits.
The North Rock incident.
This is to your southwest.
To the southwest, yeah.
Yep. As you turn around and this arrow begins to roll through your arm and you send it out in your archer form yet again, you watch it pierce through one like eye socket of the skull, flying out the other before the energy of the skeleton collapses down into the ichor beneath it.
And then looking towards the two about to smash on Thorn and Valoran. Even in the darkest night, the heavens still see you, and cast Moonbeam on this little 4 square point.
Okay.
They will need to make a where'd it go? Constitution saving throw of 15.
First one fails. Second one succeeds.
Minimal damage. Jeez.
You're really
Ooh.
banging on this damage.
That is
Oh,
rough.
I know. So a full 2 radiant on the
Mhm.
guy that failed, and
Okay.
1 radiant
that
on the guy that succeeded.
Okay. You do manage to bloody
and
the top one and tickle the bottom one.
And if they're shape changers, they revert to their original shape.
Okay.
Well, no, the one that failed does.
Okay. I don't think that applies, but thank you.
And then I will just move forward 1. Stay where you are, girl. And that'll be it for him.
All right. Decker, you are up, sir.
All right. I'll just swoop in here. And that hits.
That's a hit. Yep. All right. So we're gonna half that damage. That'd be 12 damage, but that would still end this poor man's existence. Can you explain to me how you're using your rapier in a different way?
Instead, I mean, realizing that if I'm just gonna stab straight in like a piercing attack, it's not gonna do the maximum amount of damage. So he's just doing broad, sweeping, slashing, kind of almost slashing, bludgeoning.
Okay. As you dive into this fray, using your rapier more as like an elegant whip, you see the metal kind of bending and trailing as you swipe it across, and you manage to just grab one of the vertebrae out of his neck and just fling it. And you see his head fall, another vertebrae landing in its place and not quite lining up before the head rolls forward off of its body and lands down as the body crumples into a pile of bones.
And then I'll step back and just get ready for the next attack. And and then I'll have Aurora come in, and who's next up in the initiative order? That's going to be Valorant, right?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. I'll have Aurora give the help action to Valorant on the one in front of him.
Okay. All right. We are now to Skeleton Boy's turn, which I think this one's just gonna complete. Who's doing all the Gad? Oh, it's the moon circle. Gotcha.
I'm doing the circles because the first one, the bottom one, needs to go ahead and make his Constitution, and if the other guy moves into that space,
Okay.
Constitution.
Success and success. So half damage, which is 2, 1. One.
Can I re-roll them again? Or no?
We made a ruling on this a long time ago, and I can't remember. It was for Spiritual Guardians. We didn't reroll.
I think
it,
we
right?
just did constant damage. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so-
not like a reroll.
It's just real weak. You're not in your element. You're a little bit off your game
It's
currently.
Void Realm. That's fine.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Literally sucking the lives out of
Radiant
soul
one.
damage people.
Okay, they will take the appropriate damage, but I guess one will attack Valorant, who's taking the dodge action, and then one will attack Thor, which your AC is now 17?
Yeah.
Okay, so to Thor, that would be a hit, and to Valorant, which has disadvantage against you, correct?
That's right.
Did you want to do the Polearm Mastery to the one that approached the north?
It was 25.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. And that one would miss you. 25 would hit the one to the north.
And
5
the fire damage
slashing.
is on now.
And then he just took, and that's the one that just approached. Okay, so he would be. All right. They both missed, right? Yes. Yes. As they step out of the goo, and Valorant, you land this sweeping strike. The flames and the embers kind of trailing behind your gash that you were in a gash. I guess the scrape you sent across its torso. They both try and strike out at you, but now being prepared to dodge, you just backstep the. You're taking a. Oh, because it attacked. Which one are you attacking? The north or the south?
It's the one that attacked Valorant.
Which would be
Did
the
they
one to
both
the
attack him?
No.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. No. Yeah, the one to the south.
And that one took.
It would do 9.
Okay. So as the two of you, almost like side by side, like you were squaring or sparring off with these skeletons, both kind of throwing jabs at the other as both of your blades and weapons kind of almost in sync, fling and fly and block, you do end up dealing a decent amount of damage as they continue to crawl up onto the bank, and then we were down to Valorant.
All right. I will attack the one in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Miss. Hit. That would definitely do it.
and my bonus polearm attack against the one that's left. That's not going to make it, though.
That is a miss. So as you cleave a skull in two, actually cracking the bone with your glaive strike, seeing the first one crumple, you try and swing at the next one, but it's far enough away that it kind of just glides to the side.
And I will stay where I'm at because I don't think I want to... I don't think it's good for us to step into the moonbeam either, so... I'm just going to sit tight.
Okay. We are down to Danica, who I think is just going to stay in place. Decker and Thor, give me Constitution saving throws. Ooh.
Add 5, Thor.
12.
Thor, as you are squaring off with this skeleton, trying to hold your ground, everything going on around you. In your left ear, you hear this whispering crawling into your ear, almost kind of landing in your mind, and you just hear this, "You're trapped, you're dead, you're gonna die, you're dead, you're gonna be trapped here for the rest of your life." It distracts you enough, kind of holding your pickaxe up, crawling at your brain. You feel the pickaxe just slip through your fingers, clattering down onto the ground beneath you. And that would be everything. So you just get distracted, your muscles kind of, I guess, flexing, your eyes darting over to the noise, almost feeling like someone is like scratching the inside of your mind as you drop your weapon. And that would be it. And then we go up to Thor. And it's an action to pick it up.
It is.
Yes.
Even though it comes back to me?
I guess you could bonus action call it back to you if you want.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
But yeah, rules is written, it's an action to like rearm yourself, so.
Okay. Yeah,
I
I
guess
would
you could.
bonus action. Yeah. Just be like, what the?
Damn
Get back
it.
up here.
I almost had you.
And then I will recklessly unload into this thing my 2 attacks.
Okay, both hit. I
That's
imagine this.
14
Yeah.
and
Is there any
11.
particular way you want to dispatch this last gentleman, sir?
Yes, I would like to basically like chop him down to the point where his head is like on the ground, and then just like golf ball T-swing it out into the stars.
Gotcha. As you land your first strike and his whole shoulder assembly and arm goes flying, you land another strike, his body being dropped down. His head eventually lands down between his boots, and you just swing your pickaxe one last time, this loud crack and a ring kind of sending out around you before this perfectly arced skull goes swinging and flying through the air, clattering somewhere far off to the east.
Home rock.
God damn it. And that would bring the combat to a close.
Well done, Thor.
Yeah. Yeah, are you okay? You got surrounded there for a second.
I put my left hand on my chest and give myself a little boost and say, I'll be all right now.
Well, if you need any more, my eye'll just wink.
Decker, as everything begins to fall to pieces around you, you would hear Danica's whispering message in your mind. "Brother, are you okay?"
Fine, how are you? And I'll run back to her.
"Oh, I'm just peachy."
Not bad for your first combat.
"I wouldn't necessarily say I was involved."
I beg to differ, you were here.
Was that really the first? I find that hard to believe.
If you count slapping a few noblemen that got a little too handsy, then I'm quite experienced.
She's just like every noble. Excited for the road, but can't handle the combat. I'll just keep walking towards the door.
As you approach the door... Oh, yep.
No, I was just going to say, given that my starry form lasts 10 minutes, are there any other skeletons floating in the goo?
No, they have all been dispatched.
Okay, then I'll just keep that up for now.
I want to walk next to Thor after he says that and actually just like cup my hand to his ear and say, actually, Thor, you're more nobility than she is. She's a rich merchant's daughter.
Okay, well, she got the idea.
No, I thought you might appreciate. Never mind.
But you're making me look worse. This is terrible.
No, I think it's a bit. Never mind.
More pressing matters.
Okay. Anyways, the doors.
Yes, the doors.
Also, did you hear that whisper?
I did. I didn't listen.
Oh. I thought it was like
Is that
a
why you
ghost
dropped
or
the
something.
pickaxe?
Yeah, it kept telling me I was gonna be trapped here forever. And I was like, well, you're probably right. And then it just like it was weird. It was like it forced me to.
So, as everyone progresses forward, Danica being beside you, Decker, she would kind of pull you aside, whispering to you as you walk, "Brother, do you have anything that I can use? Any weapon?"
I imagine I would have a dagger, or
I think a potentially easy solution is there are crude, kind of worn weapons from the skeletons laying about.
yeah.
So,
I have a dagger.
I
Also,
didn't ask you, Valoran.
Does anybody have a weapon that Danica can use?
yes, here you are.
I also have this. I'll jam the javelin.
I have a scimitar. I don't really use it.
Danica, what?
The
Okay.
dagger. I'll take a
Here,
dagger.
pause button. Would I have ever seen her train or do anything martially?
She may have maybe the basest of understandings of how to use a weapon, but she certainly isn't a fighter or has been trained in any regard. Yeah.
And the scimitar is
Sword.
I mean, yeah, I know it's a sword. Is it?
It's a martial
big-
weapon. She wouldn't have proficiency.
Okay. I think the dagger would be your speed system.
Yes.
Your most potent weapon is to stay behind one of the various meat shields that you see in front of you. There's 4 of us.
Well, undoubtedly, when your meat doesn't measure up, I would like to be able to defend myself.
My meat always measures up.
This is not the
Wait,
time, brother.
You said it first.
I'm a woman.
Thank you.
Can I
gentlemen,
like
for the offer. And
look at this?
stab them with the pointy end.
She kind of like twists her face at you.
Can I observe the statue? See what anything?
Currently, the statues seem mundane. It's just this. It seems to be a bestial, almost kind of minotaur-esque face, maybe a bit more monstrous. The mouth just left agape. Looking into the mouth, there isn't anything like going on. It just seems to be this blank bit of stonework, but currently it isn't doing anything.
When I go up to this door, is it? What does
The
it look
door
like?
doesn't have any handles or latches to get into. It is just again, that weird material that isn't stone, that isn't anything that you're familiar with, but is solid. If you were to like put your hand against it or kind of knock against it, it is just like what you would imagine is undescript matter or mass. And there's
I'll just put my hand against it and imagine it opening.
as you give it a small... Huh?
I asked if it was in stone.
No. As you give the door a small shove, you would see them begin to break apart and opening inwardly. As the crack begins to grow, both of the doors kind of measuring up with the amount of pressure you put on one, there is a hallway that extends maybe 40 feet further. There is these long pillars on either side. Actually, I'll go ahead and just do this. You're not inside yet, but this is just to help explain to you what you are seeing. There are broken bits of stonework and skeletons and decoration kind of stretching. There is a door on the far end of the hall. But the main thing that you would notice, the first thing that draws your eye and is the most prominent thing in this chamber, is there is almost a sea of semi-transparent white and yellow spectral figures, all appearing different ages and builds and life experiences, some of them old, young, big, tall, short, strong, weak. They are just kind of aimlessly shambling in the space, some of them walking through, some of them sitting down on the ground, just taking up the majority of this floor.
Hey, do y'all want me to throw a bolt through there? Try and clear a path?
Oh, save your energy. There's no telling how long we're going to be here.
Well, these, I won't have long in this form, so use it while
Oh.
it lasts.
Well, then bolt away.
I mean,
He'll,
we're just shooting bolts at dead people?
They don't mind.
well, better than we tried first before they attack us while we're in the middle of the group.
Alright. Any idea what this hall even is?
Glancing in, are there any sigils or anything on the walls or the pillars?
From where you're at, just looking through the door, not being able to really investigate or look past all of these figures kind of moving across your vision, there's nothing that you can really pick up from here.
And
Yeah,
as we're standing here just deliberating, I'm going to say a short prayer. Rumitzwe, clearly in your realm, guide us.
You would almost a sensation you might be familiar with, but in a very different scenario. You feel as if a hand kind of grabs just below the collar of your shirt, kind of pulling you forward.
I don't think we need to fight yet. Let's just go forward.
Step through the door.
By the way, did the telescoping any of the Minotaur things?
No, it would not
Or-
give off. But if you would just like look around,
Yeah.
it is this entire area is just constantly swirling with this kind of fog of magical energy. So it's hard to point or find specific points of
Pinpoint.
magical. Yeah.
Okay.
So
But also
I'm going
just,
to
like,
keep walking forward until something.
So Decker, as you trudge through this sea of spirits, at first, like, your mind almost kind of wants to prevent you from taking the step because you think there's something in front of you. But as you take a step, you just pass through this strange person, the male face attached to the spirit, kind of looking at you somewhat curiously as you step through him and then continue to step through the next and the next. Some would kind of find the edges of the room, watching you shift through, all of their eyes just kind of looking at you with the utmost curiosity as you continue to walk across the hall.
And as I'm walking across, do I recognize any of them?
Give me a perception check. Thor, are you in here?
I was going to say I would be checking behind us to see that nothing was following us.
Okay, give me a perception check then, Thor. You would not recognize anybody, but you would recognize bits and pieces of like armor and equipment, whether it is a style that you recognize being from ages past or from a specific armorer or a certain type of weapon that you have some knowledge about. You were just able to identify somewhat familiar aspects of these individuals, not who they are, but who they might have been. One almost looking like a generic adventurer, some having a good amount of Pruid-based equipment around him, one having a somewhat familiar look, like a folkish knight. It is just a concoction of various male warriors that you can kind of peer at and get little glimpses at who they might have been before this.
Just glancing back over my shoulder at Valorant, I would say, curious, isn't it? Is it not that in life we've so many divisions, but here they're all together.
I'm avoiding avoiding looking directly in any of their faces. Just sort of looking up.
Thor, as you finally step in, making sure that nothing is approaching behind you, the doors that opened close shut behind you. Another thing to describe for this room is the little walkways on either side. There's about a 5-foot raised stone platform before there is a metal grate kind of in between the various pillars, creating this kind of caged off or walled off section on either side of the hallway. And you would see spirits kind of walking up to the bars, watching you all walk in, kind of just holding their position up on this slightly raised platform. And that would be the room that you've all entered into.
As I walk past the skeleton, does it show any signs of movement?
No.
Continuing to just avoid eye contact with the spirits, slowly proceeding in the hallway.
I'm going to go ahead and we'll do this again because that seems to be the easiest way to facilitate everything working. If Valoran is here, where is everybody else?
I'd be towards the back, wherever.
Put yourself wherever you would be, sir.
Just depends on where everybody else is. Oh. Are you not in the door? Oh, never mind.
Clay just, I'm out of here.
Yeah. Alright, my mouse pad is being weird here. I would blast each skeleton I see, just in case.
Okay, that changes things a bit then.
Then,
So,
well, Valen already did the first one. I'd probably go after the second one then.
well, Valoran didn't do anything to the first one.
I just
No,
looked
but
at
he
it.
looked at it. Yeah, nothing happens. Okay, fine. That one's fine.
Okay, well, we can mix this, but as Valoran, you're stepping through this hallway, taking the lead, keeping your eyes away from any of these curious spirits watching, or these souls watching you move through their space. Eventually, as you reach the center, it's silent, which is immediately off-putting, but there is this quick wave, this quick burst of movement as the vast majority of these souls, of these spirits, begin to retreat from you, like you are splitting the sea, clinging to the wall, cowering in the corner, trying to find the farthest point away from you, as you feel that familiar tingle of cold racing up your spine, and you hear that now grating sound of skeletal bones being put together. Clay, you blasting one like on the spot as it's beginning to raise itself up into a mass. But But as you hear the skeletal noise filling this hallway as you are now confined in this space, a few of the spirits that were resting in the wave of the others don't shy away, don't retreat, but stand firm and tall behind the metal grates. You see that instead of white and clear and somewhat recognizable features, they've become decrepit and old and broken, some holes missing in their actual figure, the edges of their energy frayed and almost kind of swirling out away from them, and their color is this dark, tainted yellow versus the white that the other spirits hold. And as they glare down at you, we shall roll initiative yet again. And Clay, I'm going to go ahead and have you destroy that guy right off the bat. Alright. Initiative numero 2. So we got Thor at the top. Then we got Decker. Then Valoran. And then Clay. Skeletons. Spirits. Goes. And Danica. Alrighty. Thor, always being the quickest on the whip, always being most prepared for a fight, guess we should, your rage is ended at this point, correct? Is it a minute that you have to go?
It is a minute, yeah.
Okay, so that would be faded at this point. But as the room expands, the sea of spirits gone, leaving you isolated with these new combatants, you just get that quick flash of it's go time, and you again leap into the action first. It is your turn, sir.
Alright. I would just kind of like hold my hands out like this and just be like, why does this keep happening? And then I will attempt to cast Sacred Flame on, I guess, this one.
All right.
If it's an enemy, or I perceive it as an enemy.
Yeah.
It has to roll a DC 12 dexterity check, or saving throw.
It succeeds.
It does not take any damage.
Ooh.
And I will just bonus action rage.
All right.
And that is the end of my turn.
Okay.
For
As
meow.
you burst out this flame, and you see it like clawing itself through the bars that the spirit hides behind. The spirit just kind of drifts backwards, an expressionless face staring you down, these kind of somewhat highlighted yellow eyes glaring into your soul. And as you feel the fire and the flame not quite hitting your target, this frustration builds in you as you rage, getting ready to do battle as you usually do. Is that all you got, sir?
I mean, pretty much. My question is, so the pendant lasts for 10 minutes.
That would still be going, yes.
Okay.
So
And my
your
AC is
17.
17.
Yeah.
Alright.
All right.
And that's it.
Decker, as you feel yourself being surrounded by enemies yet again, you glance to your side almost like reflexively to make sure that your sister is safe. And as you do, you see her get this look of determination, this like her eyes narrowing, a little bit of frustration in her gaze before she whips around and goes racing towards the skeleton to your south, striking out at it.
You dumb bitch.
Everyone's
would say
making fun of her. She does hit.
All right.
As you see her whip around, her red hair kind of trailing as this like evidence of where she once stood, you see her jump on this pile of bones that is beginning to like crawl over itself and find the right orientation. She just jams the blade of the dagger into the top of the head, kind of scraping past the bone a little bit before she reaches up to try and strike again, just furiously, tactlessly throwing the dagger towards this enemy as it's just and then we would be to the skeletons. That's not good timing. Alrighty. Let me figure this out real quick. So, that's an easy one. That's probably bad. That one's attacking Thor. Alrighty. That would hit, and that would be, what, 18 damage?
Yep.
Alright, which one did you want to put that on, sir?
Just the first one that ran up.
I think that
It's
was
direct due
this
north.
one. Oh, directly north? Okay. Not going up. So, 4 attacks to Valoran, 1 to Thor, 1 to Danica. We will go with Thor first, which is 17. That's a miss. Oh wait, multi-attack. That is a hit. You are raging, correct?
Correct.
5 points of damage to you, sir. 2 attacks on Danica. Hits. Miss.
Remove a 2 from that first attack on Danica.
It matches.
Dang
So it
okay.
still hits.
Yeah. Close. Real close.
Tried.
Okay. We'll go over that. And then Valoran, it's going to be 8 attacks against you. Your AC is what right now?
18.
Hit. Hit. Miss. Miss. Hit. Oh, crit. Miss. Miss. So how many was that? That was 3 hits and a crit.
That sounds right. I should have got that
Alright.
adamantine armor.
Okay, so we'll do the 3 normal hits first. I'm just gonna give you damage as I go, so I don't have to add them all up.
Okay.
That would be, where is this? 5. Oh, that was good. 12, and then the crit. 20.
That's a lot.
Yeah, he rolled max damage on a critical hit. That is really unfortunate. Alrighty. Thor, I'll start with you. As the skeleton finishes constructing, lashing out at you, you are perfectly in your element, going back and forth with this creature, barely even recognizing that you've been struck. Decker, as you're watching Danica desperately stabbing at this, as it builds itself, it almost causes her to be pushed backwards somewhat as it flings its weapon out towards her. It scrapes across her collarbone, kind of under her neck. There's this long red trail growing as she clutches it with her hand and kind of shrinks away. There isn't a scream of pain, but there is this quick flash of panic in her eyes. Valoran, my good boy, my sweet, sweet summer child. As the room begins to descend into yet another bout of combat, standing tall, you show no fear, striking at the first one to come at you, landing a decisive blow as it approaches. But that is the last decisive bit of movement that you can manage, as hands and weapons and arms, feet, even the skulls themselves come lashing out at you with this ferocity. Just too many to handle. And just as you're feeling that you've taken the amount of blows that you can manage and that you're pushing their assault away, at least for the time being, you feel one of their spears dive to a loose spot of your armor, digging into your side beneath one of your ribs, landing an actual flesh wound inside of you, as it then rips its weapon out and stares up at you without any sort of emotion. Alright, and then we are to Decker, sir. Your turn.
He would just, there wouldn't be any words. He would just scream like an animal, and preceding him would be the owl, of course. Helping there, darting back. He'd dart between Thor and Danica, and going to nine.
Ooh, nice.
Ematic.
So that would be half to 13, but you have your booming blade damage.
Yeah, and I'm gonna re-roll the booming blade with Piercer.
Real quick, the dice rolls are doubled because I don't think it did it for you.
So the piercing, so it's 10 plus 9,
So
which is 19.
And
And then is the sneak attack doubled?
yeah, sneak attack is doubled.
So-
Yeah,
So that's 24.
you're gonna take care of this thing without even having to do anything else.
All right, and then just continuing the action. I'm just gonna keep running forward. I'm gonna do a what's that called?
Action surge?
Action surge. That's it. And run here, and I'm going to attack the next one. It's 18 hit.
Yes.
There. And bonus action disengage. And there's the booming blade damage for that.
So I promise I don't have anything against you, but I know you won't believe me. As you race towards this spirit, diving your rapier through the bars, instead of seeing the disappointing sight of the blade having no effect due to the structure of the being, you just see your weapon just sink through it with no effect. The booming blade does find purchase and begin crawling into its form, but the physical weapon that you are using just doesn't manage
is
anything. It is magical. Doesn't
Yeah.
manage anything.
Okay.
So that would
All right.
be 7 damage.
Yeah.
All right.
And then it's got booming blade on it. So
All right. Is that your turn, sir?
uh-huh.
Valoran, you're up, sir. All right, so bonus action, cast Shield of Faith on myself to raise my AC. I will also take the dodge action while I'm standing here. And I think you had described that a lot of those white spirits were also in sort of armor-looking garb.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So just want to try something. So as I'm squaring up and getting ready to defend myself from this gang, I call out, soldiers, form ranks, protect our flanks. And that's my turn.
Give me persuasion with advantage. All right. As you prepare yourself for the coming storm of violence and skeletal vengeance, you also glance at the angry, burning spirits behind the cages to your northwest and your northeast. And as you shout out this bellowing voice that carries up and down the hall multiple times as it echoes, you would see some of the spirits that were up on the raised platform kind of look tentatively like over through the gaps of the iron bars between you. And almost like the army of the dead in Lord of the Rings, you would see 3 or 4 of them, 2 on either side, leaping from their positions against the wall up on the raised platforms, descend upon these angry, vicious-looking spirits, and you see these white spirits and yellow spirits molding and mashing and clamoring over each other, where the 2 that once stood there grimacing down upon you are torn to shreds, their the yellow energy drifting apart like pulled apart cotton candy before they just disintegrate into the air. And we will go ahead and get rid of those. Alrighty, and we are to Clay.
Would it be safe to say group drills and training were part of the Chosen's regiment?
They're more of like a singular mercenary band versus like a military unit, so that might be a little bit of a stretch.
Okay. Then he would just yell out, "Circle up, you fucking amateurs!" And then throw out a starry bolt towards the one directly in front of Valoran that he had previously damaged.
Mm-hmm. That is a hit. Alright.
Smash into that for 5 radiant, and then try it again with the moonbeam. Try and summon those flames down. But this time, no chances. We're gonna do a 3rd level. And I'm gonna put that one right there.
Between those two.
Between those two, so that 4 square.
DC 15. It's half damage if they fail, right?
Half damage if they fail.
So, Clay, as you... Oh, give me a persuasion without advantage real quick.
Oh, yeah.
I swear to God, do not roll me a nat 20. I'll be very upset with you. Good, thank you. As your actions come to you, you feel your initiative taking place. You dart out an arrow, and Valorant, as you are preparing to, again, fight off this horde of skeletal mass, this streak of light goes whipping past your eye before you see it striking the skeleton in front of you in the neck and just blasting it to bits before the whole form crumples. And as you're looking back to like give Clay the quickest look of appreciation, to your right, the two skeletons beside you, both of them raising up their weapons for another blow, you just hear this as all of the bones just turn to dust. Not even bits and pieces, just dust. And then disintegrate into a small pile of ashes at your feet as this blazing beam of light comes shooting through the ceiling into the small space around you. And then you just look back at Clay, giving him a much bigger look of appreciation. Is that all you got, sir?
And, you know, kind of rush back this direction.
Mm-hmm.
And then just because I don't like to forget. Oh my God, no. Anyways, I'll draw the circle in a second. But yes, Clay would be done at that point.
Okay. Decker and Thor, give me dexterity saving throws. Yes, Thor, you get advantage.
Oh my dog.
Big oof. Alrighty. One moment. Thor take
Reduce
5
it by
damage.
2.
Okay, Thor take 3 damage. Decker take 12 damage.
Do we have temporary hit points or not?
Yes, you have 5 temporary hit points. So Decker, as you realize that your weapon has no effect on the spirit, jumping back, making sure Danica, almost said Genevieve there, making sure Danica is still up and alive and well, Thor, you look at the spirit off to your west and you see it reaching into itself, its hands diving down into its core before it brings out its hand holding this jagged metal spike, and you immediately recognize it from the funeral and Kralin. And as it wields it up into the sky, it flings it through the metal bars, and before you can react, you feel it diving into your flesh, sinking in, this sudden surge of pain, poison, and sickness resonating off of the impact, and you are restrained as a long chain connects the spike back to the spirit, it holding it in its grasp. Decker, you would get the same as you are checking back on Danica. You feel the spike landing into your calf, rearing with pain, looking over, you see it holding the chain, so the one to the east has you restrained, and the one to the west has Thor restrained. Alrighty, and then we were back up to Thor. At the end of your turn, you can make a strength check to... Oh, you gotta take... 1 second. At the beginning of your turn, if you are still connected, you take 2 points of damage, sir.
Okay.
But at the end of your turn, you can make a strength check to pull it.
So I take that 2 damage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Now I'd like to recklessly attack this one that's in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Your attacks have disadvantage when you're restrained. So
I'm
you're just
aware.
flat attacking. Okay. Both hit?
So that'll be 19.
Yeah, right. Yep. Alrighty. So Thor, as you feel the spike, and you just... and you almost like push your muscles around it, like accepting the pain for a moment. You strike out at the skeleton, which is just beginning to like get to its feet. You just bam, bam, and you just send all of the bones scattering against the cage, and then you stare up at the spirit behind the cage. If you want to go ahead and give me that strength check, sir.
Strength check.
Strength check, yes.
Oh,
Be able to
I have,
use athletics for that.
I have advantage on it, but
Yeah, I debated on this one. I'll go with strength.
well, it's 24.
Yeah. As you finish off your opponent, you just quickly reach down and grab the spike and wrench it from you and throw it away as you are eyeing your opponent. At the end of your turn, sir.
Yeah, just say, seen it before.
It's now Danica's turn, who will look at Decker, kind of look down at his calf, and wants to react, but chooses not to. I think, yeah, we only got one skeleton left because Clay just doesn't like me at all, who is going to attack Valoran. Wait, what's your AC now, sir?
20, and he's got disadvantage.
Yeah, and he has disadvantage. I don't think this is gonna go well. Yeah, that's easy miss. And Decker.
So I can't move, right?
You cannot move. You are restrained. Oh, and you take 8 points more of damage.
Okay. It's a strength check to try and take it off.
Yes, that's at the end of your turn. So if there's anything else you want to try this turn, you'd have to do that before then.
There's nothing else I can do then.
Okay, so go ahead and give me that strength check. Nice.
Actually, never mind. Strength check is +0. That was a saving throw. So is it a saving throw or a strength check?
It's a check.
12.
So then it's a 12.
Okay. You would not be able to pull it free then. Reaching down. Actually, no. Scratch that. Danica is going to retroactively ready a help action for you.
Okay.
Give me another roll, because Danica has to do something here.
Yeah, retcon.
Hey, I'm the DM. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Awesome. Okay. As you reach down and you are yanking at the spike, trying to pull it free, you feel a quick hand like grabbing at your waist before Danica crouches down beside you, grabbing your wrist and using her strength as well to help you pull, wrenching the spike out before you throw it to the side, and she stands back up, giving you a quick look of like, let's do this shit.
And I just, with the last of my action, I tell her, thank you, sister. Now please, step back. Get behind Aurora.
Alright, and then we are to Valoran.
All right, I gotta smack this skeleton down. Number 1.
Hits. Alright.
Number 2.
Hits. Yeah, he's gone.
So just sort of squeegeeing him out of existence with my flaming glaive. And then I'm going to use my movement. Which side is closer? Okay. 10, 20, 30. To get here.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is still chained, right?
No.
Okay. All right, that's my turn.
Okay. Clay?
Go ahead and look up the one to the southwest and fire off another starry bolt.
That is a miss, sir.
That is a miss. And then look back over at his beam. Get over here! And it will carve a path over to this one. Same one.
The one to the southwest?
Yeah.
Okay. It still takes half damage. Yeah, I know the circles don't like to be picked up, but it still takes half damage on a failed save.
Correct.
Yeah, it would just be gone. But is there anything else you got for that turn, sir?
And just call out. Watch your flank. That'll be it.
Ooh. Valorant, odds or evens?
Even.
Alright. Valorant, as you dispatch your last opponent, racing back south, returning to your companions as the chaos begins to die down, you watch as Clay eliminates the spirit off to the west, and you all are locking your eyes on the spirit to the east. And as everyone is preparing to race forward to do battle with this creature to secure the area for the group, you watch as one of the white spirits behind the cage that was standing against the wall steps behind this creature, and before it can drag the spike out of its chest to throw another one, you would see this long white blade of a sword blast through its chest. It's letting out this quick little before the spirit evaporates and fades into the sky. And Valoran, standing up on the platform behind the metal bars, is a familiar face. Your father.
So I I salute the other spirits that had already come to help us, and then just sort of turn around and gape and say, "It's you."
As he lets his sword fall, almost as weakly, again, it's this transparent spiritual energy, but still in the shape of a form, kind of just land on the ground. His transparent eyes fixate on you, and without moving, without walking, his form begins to drift forward, simply just passing through the bars in front of him, coming down lower onto the level that you are at, still without saying a word, this mixture of confusion and excitement in his eyes. He reaches up his empty hand in a grip to try and like touch your cheek, to like cup it in his grasp, but his hand simply kind of passes through. But you see him pause, this like shake in his eyes. Son, you should not be here. Why are you here? You've grown. My boy.
We came through the portal in the casern in the headquarters. I have to purify the eye. There's so much I want to ask you.
You have come to the darkest of places, my son. Your mother, she's all right.
She and Genevieve are both well.
I knew that you would make it here, but I wished it wouldn't be so soon. You've got my note. You have the eye.
I do.
Then I hope that you can do what I could not.
Why? Why couldn't you?
The challenge before you, the challenge beyond this door, the last thing you must conquer to get to the Grove, to get to Shevlin, to cure the eye of the corruption, is Shadowfang. As he says these words, all of you except Thor get this quick, like, tug at the back of your mind, quickly kind of racking your brain, and immediately, this being said and spoken of and sung about enough, remember that Shadowfang is supposedly the massive werewolf beast that Shevlin had slayed in the first great entrance, in the first massive battle to try and hold back the waves of Torodan and turn the tides by conquering this intense opponent.
The who?
Garmin just kind of like looks over at you and just almost like dismisses you entirely and returns his attention back to Valoran.
Alright, I guess it don't matter. It's fine. Best friends with him.
Is there any advice you can give me?
There's not enough time in the world for a father to depart all the knowledge that he would want to his son. I don't think that I could have prepared you for any of this.
Who attacked you? Who was it on the road that day?
I guess that's the story that she told you. My son, there's so much I wish I could tell you. But I told your mother that I may not return, and if I did not, it was her duty to pass on the responsibility to you once you were ready. She told me
You're
not to be a
saying-
hero, and I did not listen.
You're saying it was this. You were trying to do this.
You see him look off to the north, looking at the door on the other end of the hall, and then look back at you. My body lay in the chamber ahead. I could not compete with the ferocity of Shadowfang. My boy, I am so sorry.
You don't need to apologize.
I wish that I could have done better for you. That could have made you proud. And not leave you with all of my troubles and problems.
I am proud. I'm trying to uphold your legacy.
I don't care about my legacy. Son, it is you, your sister, that I care about. That I fought for.
Give me a message for them.
Your mother told me not to be a hero. And I'm not particularly great at listening to her. Tell her simply that I am sorry and that I wish I was a better man. And that I did not leave her alone. Tell your sister that I wish she was not born into the station that she is, because I know that she hates it. But that she can achieve great things, even if she's so against where she finds herself.
You know how we can help everyone here? How can we stop what's coming without damning all these spirits?
My boy, you would not be damning these spirits, you would be setting them free. We should not be here in the first place. We should not linger here. I've only been here. He kind of like looks up, and you can tell that he is almost certainly lost track of time, and he looks a bit confused. That a year, 2 years? No. I already feel myself forgetting and slipping. The ones that have lingered here the longest have already spoiled and gone rotten.
Then what the enemy's servant said to us, it was a lie. That he has to be allowed to persist, or else this limbo will continue to exist.
I don't know what you speak of, son.
Novin, he said that if we stopped what is to come, if we somehow succeeded, that this place would go on, that the spirits here would continue to be trapped.
I don't... Coming? What's coming, son?
Another great entrance.
Then you truly have found even a darker road than I. I simply came here to find Shevlin, to bring his eye back to its glory, and failed in the process.
You didn't know.
Know what?
He is trying to come back. To do what he couldn't the first time. I will not speak his name here.
I have no words.
I know there's no time, but we will succeed. And I love you, and I don't hold any of it against you.
You see, even in the spiritual form that he is, tears don't form, but you see his eyes reflecting as if someone who was crying, this kind of like wet reflection in them, but without anything actually rolling down his face. And you see him instinctively try and reach again to try and grab you, to clasp your shoulder, and then just watching his hand swipe through you, and he just grimaces slightly. I could not be more proud as a father, but I could not be more regretful as a warrior. You will achieve what you've set your mind to, son. I know it. I know you.
Wish us luck, Father.
With everything left in my power, I will. My boy, do me one last favor, if you are to succeed.
Name it.
Bring my charm back to your mother. It should still be on my body.
What would you add to the reliquary?
I think that's for you to decide. You're the leader of the Chevaliers now.
I never thought I would have this opportunity before we go do battle with a legend. This is Thor. He is my best friend. This is Decker Caspian from Liamus. This is Clay Deeploam. He is a chosen. This is Danica, Decker's sister.
He kind of looks around at everybody, looking a bit more reassured as each person is introduced, and he just eventually nods his head down at all of you. I thank you all for being at my son's side. Though you do not know me, I could not be more grateful.
Clay will salute him with full honors.
Decker will just bow.
Thor would wave excitedly.
Well, are we ready to slay a legend?
I think you mean ready to become one. I'll crack my knuckles.
Can I take this moment to do a history check on all that Clay would know regarding Shadowfang?
Sure.
Right.
Go for it, sir.
And I would propose to the group that if we felt like it was safe enough to take a breather for what amounts to a short rest.
Yeah, good thinking.
You would certainly have the passing knowledge of Shadowfang, and really that is just a bunch of somewhat loose oral history or storytelling of the events that had taken place, varying from, Shevlin slaying him with a single blow by himself in single combat to, a huge battle ensuing where it was a very slim victory. The only thing I think I could offer you more than just the surface level knowledge, he is said or rumored to have his heart replaced with a stone of power that keeps him going, which gives him unnatural abilities in life and senses. That's what I'll give you. I will go ahead and put out there, as a more mechanical sense, if you did stop to rest, you would not feel the weariness in your muscles relax. You would not feel any sort of energy returning to you as you take a breather. It almost seems like in this realm, in this place that you find yourself, that time is frozen relative to your physical form. That you're not recovering as you stand there kind of waiting to feel that sensation.
So none of the abilities that would normally recover on a short rest would recover?
Yeah.
Or like hit dice can't be used.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. Who's looking worst off?
I'm 67 out of 82.
Valorant, I assume, is
Yeah.
chunk.
I use the rest of my lay on hands. I'm at 71 of 87.
56 of 71. So I'm down 15 points.
I'm also down 15.
I'm down 16.
We have to heal him.
Then Clay would offer out, then before we proceed, I can save my power for the upcoming battle,
Yeah.
or rejuvenate at least one, maybe two of you.
What is Thor's healing? Where does that come from?
That is my thingy-mabob. That's a bonus action, the healing light. It's a D6. I can heal one creature you can see within 60 feet.
But what
So
is it? Like it uses spell slots or?
No, it's just an ability that I have. So I just have 2d6, and it's per long rest, so it doesn't. I can use it now.
Okay. I think get not me, probably Decker.
Danica's been hit as well, I'll put out there.
I think she should stay in the hallway with my dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not bring her in.
If that becomes a plan and is vocalized, Garmont would offer up that she would be left behind then.
Oh. Like, okay.
Okay.
You have to
Well-
order the room, I guess.
And she's coming with us.
So, do you want to have like an out-of-game meta conversation?
With who?
I think get Decker either get Decker the D6 or hold on to it, and if somebody goes down, you can.
Yeah, let's hold on to it.
Well,
And
so
then-
It might be.
here's the thing. my plan basically is to at some point go into the primal rage and then stay in there for 5 rounds. And then once I exit that, I'll have 5 levels of exhaustion.
Word.
But not 6. And I will be dealing whatever plus 40 each round.
Jesus Christ.
As
Yeah.
long as you hit, yeah.
And, yeah, exactly.
And I'm
As
going to
long
be hitting him probably with a limp noodle.
I do not have anything against you. You just attack everything that you can't hit.
Like, oh, I just rolled a 30. Is that good? Yeah, it is normally, but
Do we want any healing?
I don't
Is-
think
You use your slots on damage or mitigation, personally.
Yeah.
'cause
I'm
with
gonna-
Danica, how bad is Danica?
she just got hit once.
She's like a commoner level.
Give me an insight check. Or medicine
Yeah.
check, actually.
My fear is this, not to take anything away from Danica, but you could heal her to full and she could still die in 1 hit.
Yeah, and we're twins, right? So she has the same amount of hit points as me.
Not how that one works. Danica is not looking great.
Okay.
So,
So
I
let
wanna-
that
I
be,
could.
like she got 1 hit and she's probably bloodied. So I don't know that any healing.
Yeah.
ways
If
can
she
I
gets hit
help?
by Shadowfang once, then we've got a problem, no matter what her hit points are.
Okay, I can just revive her later. That's fine.
We
True.
got diamonds.
All right. Well, I can't use my healing light while I'm in a primal rage, so I am going to, unless anybody has any opposition, I'm going to use them on myself now.
No objection from me.
Okay. I will. Oh well, that's one of them.
And before we start, I gotta pee.
There you go.
Nice. All right.
So I am up to 79 out of 82. Basically at full.
Well, since we were sitting here waiting for Clay, Valorant, is there any prominent questions or conversations you want to have with your father before departing?
I found the eye. I found the secret chamber. Are there any other secrets when I get back?
Not that I know. Where is Marcus?
He died.
He was supposed to show you the chamber.
He fell long before I returned.
Did he die protecting you?
No, father.
Well, then I hope he died miserably.
Never mind him. Salomon also, he is dead.
At
His
least there's some warmth here then.
what remains of his book of secrets is at Northwatch Castle.
I don't know what you speak of, but I imagine he would be one to store information.
Blackmail.
Wait. So if your dad... Oh, wait. No, we already figured that out. Never mind.
How is Genevieve?
Bitter. Restless.
The same?
Mostly. Salomon is dead because he tried to force her to marry him.
You are an Athelvane.
We all are.
Though I love your mother dearly, you must realize that She doesn't have much besides you.
I know. But someone has to do this, and I know that we can.
I do appreciate the reunion, but is nobody going to ask the obvious question? So why are you here? At this moment?
I think we answered that.
This is where I woke up once I fell.
You have no... Okay, Thor, if you... Go ahead, tell us exactly why he's here, then. It's not obvious to me.
Well, he fought the legendary thing that's beyond that door. His body dropped, and now he's here because the spirit can't go to the afterlife because Toradad doesn't exist and do
This
his
is
job.
exactly where you remained for all... since that moment.
Yes, I've been trapped in this hall. Alone.
Can you
Alone?
converse with other spirits here?
He kind of like looks around, like the tainted ones.
When we first entered the hall, it was filled with spirits like
Still
you.
is filled, by the way. He looks around again. It's just me, son.
It's not.
I've been alone for years.
Oh
They're here.
no.
They're here, Father. They're all here. I don't know why you can't see one another, but we can see them all.
It can't be. I would
was
see
just
them.
wondering.
I'm sorry. I don't know why you can't.
Probably some terrible trap to make you think you're alone.
They helped us. They attacked some of the tainted spirits.
And perhaps they are here. And it's clear that though what you're saying makes sense, it is difficult for him to come to terms with after being isolated for so long.
Are we ready?
Yes. Watch me, Papa.
I am already proud of you, son, and I know that you will succeed. Do it with flourish and flair.
Of
It's more
course.
my department.
I love you, son.
Your son's a bit more straightforward than that.
Does he always talk?
Yes, out of nowhere.
I've given them something of a hard time. It's been a very unhappy 2 years.
Perhaps you can return with a little bit of joy.
And a piece of you.
For what it's worth, which isn't much.
More than you think.
I fear we
Let's
will not
go.
see each other again.
One day, we will. Once
I
we
will-
fix this.
I pray that I do not.
Holding my hand up in that fruitless sort of...
Try and touch,
Yeah.
but just pass through each other.
Close enough.
And you just give a kind of solemn head nod towards you and let you leave.
almost as we're leaving, I'll try to put my hand out and just like pass through him. Just be like, don't worry. I'll take care of him. We're best friends.
And we're headed to the door.
As the parties say their goodbye, step up to the door, again giving it the light push that allows it to open up. A large circular chamber makes itself available to you as you step inside. Once everyone is through, again the door is closing behind you. The scene before you is this varying levels of rocky terrain, these small plateaus kind of set into one another. If you need a quick cheat sheet, up on the top left will show the height of the highest platform and the middle platform, and then of course the ground floor. So there are kind of steps leading up. Throughout this large circular chamber are these clusters of yellow crystals growing between the rocks, jutting out from the ground, that let out this radiating energy. In the middle of the chamber, about 50 or 60 feet up in the sky, there is a massive cluster of these crystals suspended in the middle of the room by these drooping chains that hold it in place. Clung to the side of this mass, this huge matted fur beast clings to the side of it almost like a spider, and it is, to your best guess at this distance, perhaps 15-20 feet tall, his muscles bulging, his entire frame obscene, and you see the face of Shadowfang turn, meet yours, glancing over everyone who had just entered. Clinging to the crystal with one arm, he drapes down, hanging from the cluster for a moment, as you just see his massive reach still holding him up in the sky as he sneers at you, his torso revealed, where you see a massive red jewel set into his flesh that you can see his blood pulsing into and then pushing out of. And as he sneers at you all, he lets go the crystal, hitting the ground with this large thud, lets out this incredible roar that seems to circle and swirl around this circular space. When combat initiates, Decker, you would be first up, sir. If you have questions about the terrain on the map, please let me know.
So, like, this is a chasm across here.
Yes, and that sludge that you had dealt with outside in front of the building that you entered is what kind of flows between and around the main structure. If anyone else has questions, ask them now too.
Oh, looking at these crystals, what are they emanating? Any sort of power, or?
You would assume so. Not really knowing anything about them, just seeing like the energy and the light casting off of them, it'd be a fair assumption that they have something going on.
I'm gonna run up here and attack this crystal cluster.
Okay.
You want me to roll for that?
I mean, I imagine you would hit no matter what. It is just a stationary rock, basically. You're just going to strike at it with your rapier?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a strength check. An athletics check, potentially. Stepping over to the crystal, jamming your blade down into its surface, you would just scrape this like long white scratch down it. There'd be a little bit of like a humming that comes off of it, maybe even vibrating up your blade ever so slightly, but it doesn't seem that you've done anything or achieved anything.
Okay, then I'm just gonna come back here, and that's the end of my...
Alrighty. Anybody have any questions before I do Shadowfang's turn?
The chains, right?
Yep.
They're suspending the big crystal up in the air.
Yep.
Are they targetable?
Potentially.
Okay, easy enough.
Alrighty. So as Shadowfang lands on the ground and watches you all kind of looking around, gathering the environment, his piercing gaze just flicks from one to the next, and then with an absolutely alarming speed, the only thing that you could relate it to is when you fought that shadow terror down in the Dwarven highways with just this blur of fur and muscle and violence. He leaps from the platform that he's on, clearing the gap between where he is and where he's going. I'm gonna go ahead and what's his speed? Yeah. Bounds across the gap, hitting the ground. You can feel this tremendous amount of energy hitting the earth with each step, with each kind of like throw of his body. Eventually he kind of scrapes to a stop on the ledge above you, sneering down at you as this expression of joy, of elation kind of crosses his weird features, and he just waits up above you. And we are to Thor.
Yeah, so you're saying that the up here is like 70 feet to climb, correct?
Climb, yes. The little
Yeah.
like rock column bit that is leaned up against that first spot is not difficult terrain, so you could run up that, but then you'd still have to do difficult terrain between the lower level and the higher level to climb that last bit of difference, which would be 20 feet.
Okay. Well, let's see, and there's this giant crystal in the middle, right?
Yes.
And it's held by 3 chains on one point, like all attached to that crystal at one point, correct?
No, it's attached to different parts of the crystal.
Okay. Let me get this thing. So it's only 45 feet away. All right, here we go. I'm going to throw my pickaxe at the crystal, hopefully at the top of it.
Okay. Go ahead, yeah, give me an attack roll as you would with throwing, which I think is just Dex, correct?
4.
You throw the pickaxe, watch it tumbling through the air, and it just sails clear over the crystal onto the other side.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I
You
guess
guys are aware there's a monster in here, right?
I'm a little busy.
Okay. Like, I'm not trying to be too meta, but you walk into a room, there is something literally about to kill you. You're all like, let's attack the rocks.
It seems like they do
Certain
something.
ways to kill something.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's always a crux to this thing, so leave me alone.
Okay.
I was just trying something, jeez. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, that's as close as I'm going to get for right now.
Okay.
So I guess would you consider that an attack against the rock? So I was trying to hit it.
Yeah. Are you going to
Okay.
call your pickaxe back with your bonus action?
It already comes back.
Yes. Sorry. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, end your turn, sir.
And yeah, I guess again another question is my pendant still active, or do I need to activate it again?
I'd say it's
Probably at this point.
was it 10 minutes?
Activate. Yeah.
Yes, you'd probably reactivate it, yeah.
Okay. Then I'll just go ahead and do that as my bonus action.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Clay?
Go ahead and summon up his starry form again and take a shot over at Sir Fang.
Okay. 14?
Yeah.
That misses.
Okay. And then call upon the heavens. And we're not playing around this time. Fourth level.
All right, that's a DC 15.
DC 15 con.
Con.
And let me just double check. I think I can do this for saving throws. Let me double check that. Saving throw. Yeah, go ahead and remove a 2 from whatever his saving throw is.
He does fail.
Wonderful.
So he would take
And if he's a
26
shape changer,
radiant.
yes, sir. And if he's a shape changer, he changes back to original form.
I considered this before going in, and what I'm gonna reveal to you, which is again a little bit somewhat meta, but you could get in a lore context, is he isn't your typical is it lycanthrope? I can't fucking say that word.
Lycanthrope.
Yep, thank you. He has been like fully converted into this bestial form by magic, and so there isn't any human form to return into. But you take.
Well, if he was secretly a dragon, he would pop back into a dragon.
You should, yeah, that's somewhat useful. Hold that for later. That would be okay. All right. So Clay, anything else there before I describe?
Bonus action. No, I'm gonna stay put behind my meat shields.
Okay. As you watch this thing towering over you up in the sky, you call upon your energy using this ability that has served you very well thus far. You watch another blast of energy reach down and pour over his body, and where you see the moonlight hitting his fur, it begins to smoke and singe as he throws his head back and lets out this, oh, I forgot about that. Anyway, this like ear-piercing roar that begins to vibrate and dig into your ears. It is clear that you are severely damaging him as he sits in this, all of his muscles tensing, this incredible monstrous figure being burnt ever so slightly by your power. And that would be it, sir. Down to Valor.
That'll be it.
So this first shorter ledge is how tall again? One Thor's on.
I think that 15 feet high, so it'd be 30 feet to climb.
Okay.
And a athletics check to climb it.
Unless
Alright,
you move
so-
up the thing.
All I don't have the movement to get there without using my whole turn. I don't think I want to do that. I'm gonna move next to it. And just sort of, I'll move next to this cliff, take the dodge action, and then just yell up at the monster. Come forth and be laid low, cur.
So there you got, sir.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Okay, and Danica is going to run over here and hide.
Good girl.
Alrighty. So as you all begin sinking into this combat, sinking into the scenario, getting used to this new scene that you have to contend with, Thor, you'd probably have the best line of sight on this. Let me go ahead. Nope. As Valoran calls out to the beast, you see a large pulse from the crystal in the center of the chamber. 3 offshoots of light blasting down, and where the light lands, you see those yellow tainted spirits you dealt with before rise from the ground, pulling jagged spikes out of their chest at the ready. And it's gonna be 2 at you, 1 at Valoran. So Thor, give me 2 dexterity saving throws with advantage. Okay, and Valoran, give me a dexterity saving throw. So that is a 1 failure from you, Thor. And when you meet a DC, is that a pass or a fail? I can't remember off the top of my head.
You make it. I thought you made it.
If you wait, If you meet the DC,
It's
Yeah,
meet
you
or
make it.
exceed, isn't it?
Yeah, it's meet or exceed.
Okay, we'll roll with
It's
that.
because it's the
I
same
was
thing as like
thinking
AC. It's like
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
hit somebody's AC, you make it.
AC is the
Okay.
DC to hit.
Yes, so Valorant would succeed. So, sorry. I have a bunch of stuff to keep going through. Thor. Oh, actually, I'm an idiot. We'll go through this real quick. Valorant, you take 4 points of damage by just getting, like, glanced by it as you try and dodge out of the way. Thor, you would take 1 point of damage from the one that misses you, and 4 points of damage from the one that hits you, striking you in the chest, restraining you as, we'll go ahead and say, what's the best way to do this? I will put a little purple dot on the one that has you restrained. That would be their turn. Go back up to the top of the initiative, which would be Decker.
So to get up here, how that's difficult terrain.
So you would go to the wall. That wall is the higher one. So it would be 70 feet of climbing. And you have to do an athletics check to get up it. If you only have 30 feet of movement, you would not be able to...
take
Yeah.
2 turns to get up.
Yeah.
Don't forget about your blesses. I would have made that anyway because of the D4.
Mm.
I would not.
I literally have no idea where to go because it's like
would I'll remember that for next time then.
all right, well, I'll go here and start to move up. And
So go ahead, give me an athletics. Okay. It's going to be double difficult terrain while climbing then. So you're probably only going to make it like 5-10 feet up on this turn.
okay,
But you could feasibly make it next turn using all of your movement.
okay, that's it.
Alright. Down to Shadow Fang. Clay, you're always looking so juicy, sir.
I know, and I just beamed the shit out of him too.
I think that might be it. I'm sorry, sir. It's nothing personal.
It's
James, you
100%
want to pull our mastery? Yep. That would hit, sir. That is 19.
And we gotta do a level 1 smite.
Okay.
Let me make sure of how many Ds that is. Is he undead?
Is it?
You want to try and insight that? How would you go about identifying that?
Well, I mean, that just
Smite
has
would
to
hurt
be-
him more.
Yeah.
Do you
If he's
know
undead.
that? I
If
don't
he's
know.
undead, he takes more.
I
Oh,
guess
you
in a-
roll more dice. No,
Yeah.
you would not roll more dice. Sorry about that.
I was gonna say, in a damage sense, it doesn't matter if you know or not.
I thought he just took like double damage or something. Gotcha. All right.
There it is.
Gotcha. Okay.
10 fire, 9 radiant, and 9 slashing.
Give me a dex save, Valorn. All right. Succeed.
22.
One moment there, sir. Oof. Oh, that's the wrong dice. I will re-roll that then. Nope. All right. As he jumps down onto the lower area, clearing this distance, landing with ease, showing no sign of effort, having to move about this little realm that he functions in his entire life. As you slash out at him, moving by, you land the strike, and almost immediately, you see his back leg as he's still trembling towards Clay. As he feels that pain, lets out another little grunt and a roar. The leg springs up and tries to hurl itself back at you as a reaction, and you dive enough out of the way, but the claws kind of grip you and just shove you away ever so slightly, so you're going to be moved 5 feet to there. Then we're actually going to... Let me mark that off. Okay, Clay, are you ready, sir?
Bring it on.
All right, first attack. What's your AC, sir?
19.
Oh, that seems promising. Ah, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me either an athletics or an acrobatics check, sir.
I'll take acrobatics.
Okay. Take 27 points of damage, sir. And, ooh, you are grappled in his teeth. And he's going to try and hit you with his claws, because that's a thing. That one misses. And that one misses. Alrighty. So, Valorant and the rest of the party watching this beast shift about. You would watch him dive down, pound across the ground, and as... Oh, yeah, you have a... Oh, that still succeeds,
You
correct?
said it was 27 points
Yes.
of damage? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Good job. As you see it open its maw, coming down to bite at Clay, he throws himself around, trying to back up, trying to wiggle out. Yes, sir?
I'm so sorry. This is his turn, correct?
Yes.
Can you roll him a quick con saving throw for me?
Oh,
He
for
began
the...
his turn in the moonbeam. Yeah,
Gotcha. He's gonna go ahead and use a legendary resistance and succeed on that, but he still takes half of the
13
26.
radiant.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah, there's a lot to keep track of right now. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
it's okay. As he grabs you up in his mouth, your tiny little body looking like a toy, he picks you up, turns around, and darts back up the cliff, carrying you with him. I think he can only get there. I guess we'll put you there.
Can I not be in that particular square?
Sure, we'll put you there.
Thank you. Otherwise, I'm about
Yep,
to
the
take my
moonbeam. Totally forgot about that. He is avoiding the moonbeam to not get hit by it, so that works out. Just make sure I got everything right. Yes. Okay. That is his turn. And we are down to Thor.
So I am restrained. As my pickaxe returns, I'd like to attempt to throw it at Fenrir the Shadow Fang.
Okay.
So it's a d20 plus 2. Alright, well,
Oh no.
never mind.
This is not going well.
Yeah, well, such is life. And then do you need a strength check from me at the end of my turn?
Yes, you want to try and rip it out of you?
Yeah.
What is that? That would succeed, sir. Oh, you have to take the damage at the beginning. My bad. 1 second. You take your raging, so 3 damage at the beginning of your turn. But you would yank that out. Anything else, sir? Well, it's the end of your turn. Sorry.
Yep, can't do anything.
Clay.
So I'm restrained.
You
Right.
were
No,
grappled.
grappled.
Yes.
Grappled. Okay. I still attack him. Yeah, I guess let off a bolt of star energy straight into his mouth. I don't know if that.
Is it a ranged attack?
It is a ranged attack. That's
Within
a good
5
point.
feet would get, yeah. disadvantage. That is, yeah, I guess that makes sense given the context.
You know what? In that case, I'll go ahead and bonus action healing word myself.
You can attempt to break the grapple.
I can.
Can't you also move your moonbeam?
That's what I'm debating on. What would be a better option? Could I move the moonbeam to these 4 squares, or would that still hit me?
Because of the limits of the battle map, I'll say that no matter where you move it, it's gonna hit you because you're in his mouth. There's no place you can put that where it doesn't hit you. Yeah.
And if I break the grapple, I can run away and get an opportunity attack against me. Fuck me, man. Why? Anyways, 5 points of healing.
Just had to nuke
I guess.
him.
You know, I will go ahead and try and what is it? Strength saving throw.
It is athletics or acrobatics. Or do you have to use athletics?
Oh, if it's a save.
Because it's contested athletics or acrobatics, I think.
Okay. I'll take a chance and try and break.
Okay. Do you want to add that D4?
Well, it's not a check.
Forget.
It's just attacks and saving throws, right?
Gotcha.
Right, yeah.
You would still succeed.
Okay.
You can break free.
Okay.
I want to break free.
For this round.
And yeah.
We'll go ahead and drop you. Oops.
Can I run over here?
If you want, yes. With your movement.
And that'll
spark an opportunity attack.
It's gonna fucking bite me again. Yeah. Let's try.
It's gonna claw at you. Oh, it does hit though. Jesus Christ. What's that? Okay. You will take. Oh, okay, that's good. 7 points of damage.
Wait, why did he get hit?
He's an opportunity attack as he's running away.
Where's he running away?
He said he was moving. I don't think he's put it down yet.
Okay. I was like, wait. Got it.
And so I'll run up to the edge.
Okay.
Put that moonbeam in between the two of us.
On him or just in between you two?
Well, I can't move it at this point.
Can't move
so
it.
I'm just running in between, on the other side of the moonbeam.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Is that your turn then, sir?
That'll be Clay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Valorn, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna try to climb the ledge to put myself here.
Okay.
There's that.
Yep. Okay.
What? How far above me is he from here?
So the difference between the ledges, I think, is 20 feet.
Oh, okay.
Check. Yeah, because the highest one's 35 feet. The one you're standing on is 15 feet. So there's still 20 feet of difference.
All right. I will. I curse him, cowardly mutt, and cast spiritual weapon right in his face.
Okay, we gotta do the classic spiritual weapon. What is it? A spear still?
Sure, yeah. And it's gonna attack.
That would hit.
Six force damage.
Okay. Anything else there?
That's gonna be sort of press against the cliff face here that I'm next to, just to try to avoid being in. Like, if I can get cover from any of these other spirits, I will.
Gotcha.
That's it.
Alrighty. Valorn goes. Spirit's turn. which, Thor, I think you're still getting 2 of them. Nah, Decker will get 1, Thor will get 1, Clay will get 1. So Decker and Clay give me con saving throws, or dex saving throws, my bad. We'll
Yes,
take your
just take the
first
first
roll,
one then.
19. You would still take
Add a
Thor
D4.
1 damage. It's a dex save of 5 for you, Clay. And I don't think a D4 is going to do anything about that.
A 7 now.
Oh, that might help that 12 out that Thor had.
I
No,
don't
that
need
one
that.
didn't count. He rolled an extra one.
Yeah, it was
All
only
right.
one against me.
So, Clay, the one to your northeast is the one striking you, if you could imagine that. You will take 9 points of damage, and now you are restrained. Don't forget your con save. And then Decker, your save was 22, so you succeed, but you still take 2 points of damage, sir.
Okay.
All right. Spirit's turn. Decker, you are up, sir.
I'm gonna climb this wall.
All right. Give me an athletics real quick. All right. I'll give you 5 feet of movement if you really need it once you get up there.
Okay, so right now I got 5 feet of movement left.
Yeah.
All right, so go in and help action, back out.
That does hit, by the way.
Does it though?
It does, but it doesn't. I just need the booming blade damage. Alright. That's 4, and then if he moves, he takes another d8, correct?
No, because he's already here. If he moves towards me, it would, but he's already. Yeah.
Gotcha. Alright. So let me go ahead and do that. There you go. Alrighty. That's your turn, sir?
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, Shadowfang, what are we gonna do this round? You are restrained right now, Clay. So
Yeah.
He's probably fine with leaving you where you're at for the current moment. Thor, you're not restrained? I think I can take
Nope.
take this off. Yeah, it's probably going to race over, drop down, and he has his climb speed, so we can go there. I'm assuming you're gonna do your attack. I think he's gonna, move here. Also give Thor an attack of opportunity, or not a. Actually, yeah, he would. He's gonna attack Valorant, so you're gonna get a hit.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, Jesus. That would be a miss, Valorant. Thor, do you want to give me your attack real quick?
Well, is he planning on leaving?
Okay, potentially. So you're gonna save your reaction then?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's just gonna go for you, Valorant. What's your AC right now?
18.
I keep holding my D20 in my left hand and forgetting that it's in my left hand. Alright. First attack. Miss. Second attack. Miss. Third attack. Hits. Take 13 points of damage, sir. And you're saving your reaction, correct, Thor?
Yes.
Alright.
I have a quick question for you.
Mm-hmm.
The height difference, would that matter with attacks of opportunity?
Yes. You have to be within reach, and so if he's 20 feet below you, he's not within your reach.
Correct. Thorn Whip is a melee attack with a 30-foot reach.
All right. Can you use? Yeah, that makes sense that you can use it as a attack of opportunity.
I won't retcon it, but I just want to know for future references.
Well,
Unless
if he
y'all want me to
leaves
try.
where you're at now, that would trigger it, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
yeah,
going to.
Also,
Well,
Thor, I'm not sure what you're thinking, but if I can guess, his speed will become 0 if you hit him with that, even if he's not leaving.
Oh, will it?
Yes.
I didn't know if that's how the Sentinel feat worked or not. So
Whenever you hit with an
Yeah.
opportunity attack, speed is 0.
You want to go ahead and do that then?
yeah.
Okay. That would be a miss.
Add that D4. Yeah, come on.
That'd be a miss.
You're
and
flanking.
I'll give it to you. Still a miss. But he is going to leave if, Clay, you want to do your Thorn Whip attack of opportunity.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and slap that boy out.
Aren't you glad I haven't gone into Primal Rage yet?
I would hit.
Yeah. Oh my god. Sorry. It is
Does
not
Thorn Whip
selecting.
pull?
It does pull 10 feet closer to me.
Does that have any sort of like size difference limitations?
Let's see. Large or smaller? If
Okay.
it's larger or smaller, it'll be pulled 10 feet closer to me.
I don't know how that would really apply right now. You just kind of drag him up the cliff a little bit.
Yeah, so the vine would lash out, kind of catch him, I guess,
Mhm.
in mid-air if he's jumping, and then jerk
Probably
him,
just
and then...
tug him a little bit.
You did attack him, right, Thor? You just missed?
I guess, technically,
Nah,
yes.
he's gonna save that. Fuck it. I guess, yeah, at this point, he's just gonna hop down to here. And that'll be it. Thor, your turn, sir.
Perfect. Just the moment I've been waiting for. The time when I can actually hit him. Alright, well, I guess now is as good a time as any. I will 5, 10, 15.
Are you
What's your
going into your
movement
primal rage?
In a second, hold on.
Okay.
What's your movement speed, Valorant?
30.
30? Okay.
Yeah.
So I just went, 15? Sure, 20, 25, 30, 35. So that'll give you flanking if you want it. Because I believe you can reach that with 30 feet of movement. And then, yes, I would like to just slowly walk down, cracking my knuckles. Really just stretching out the muscles, letting the red flow through. And I would like to recklessly unload on this thing that has been avoiding me this whole time.
Alrighty.
So that is 4 attacks.
With advantage. Oof. Alright. Miss, hit, miss, hit. 2 hits.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, add your
For
D4.
the... Yeah.
That's
I'm
16.
imagining the 12 won't, but the 16.
That would hit. So 3 hits and 1 crit. Well, 1 crit, 2 hits.
Okay, so then 3d6. So the first one would be 12
Mm-hmm.
plus 40, or 12 plus 10. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. It's better to do this the other way. So it's 12 plus 4 plus 6 plus, so 22 essentially,
Mm-hmm.
plus 30.
30. Yeah, so 52.
52.
Okay. Yep. That ability works as intended.
All right. Well,
Hold on one moment. Alright. Thor, as you slowly approach your target, just watching this thing whip around the battlefield while other threats are coming into play, you just stomping towards this thing, and you feel your energy building, this fury building, and as you lose sense of reality and your history and you as a human being, and just reach into this bottomless well of power. You just start wiping the floor with him, bashing him, jumping at him, clawing, wrestling with him, throwing the same violence towards him that he has wreaked upon your party. That is your turn, sir?
Yeah, and just for immersion's sake, as I'm walking up, cracking my knuckles, I'd just be like, "Oh, Pooch, you've never met someone like me," and my bear claws will come out, and I'll start just going ham.
All right, Clay, you're up, sir.
Let's see here. Go ahead and move my thing over. I can't select it though.
Oh, don't.
Anyways,
yeah, the
on
circles
to-
cannot be selected.
Yeah, well, every time I click, it also hands the whole map for some reason. Anyway, so move it back over to Senor over there. Con save of 15, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and roll.
15. It was 26 radiant.
Oh yeah, we're still going off that one. He succeeds, so okay.
13.
Yep.
Just
And
keeping
then-
track.
Go ahead and bonus action Star Strike him. And I realized attacks have disadvantage if I'm restrained, so
It's also the start of your turn. You need to take 7 points of damage. Do me your concentration real quick to see if Alright, you're good. That's a 14 for your attack roll.
Roll a d4.
yes.
And you're gonna roll
Oh, that's my attack, yeah. So D4.
that hits.
18. $12 radiant.
Alright, so moonbeam and an arrow.
Yeah, and that's all she wrote.
As you still feel the spike of the spirit lunged into your back, just ignoring that for now as your companions are being descended upon, you shift the focus of your moonbeam, watching it scorch his fur as you send it across, shooting another radiant arrow down into the beast, and you see it launch into his chest and reflect off a large white splotch where you had hit him. He would peer up at you again, this snarl where you'd see your own blood kind of trailing from his teeth as he grimaces up at you from when he had bitten you. Is that all you got, sir?
Cry.
Valorant, you're up,
With
sir.
joy.
Right, I'm gonna climb back down this ledge. You want another check for that?
I'll allow just jumping that ledge to be fine.
Okay.
It is only 25 feet? 15 feet. Yeah, you're fine.
All right. So how would you say that took 30 feet of movement, or how much movement did that take?
That'd be 15 feet, because you're not climbing, you're just hopping.
All right. So then I can get here with the rest of it.
Uh-huh.
You should be able to get one square over.
That would be 30. I want the rest of my turn still.
Oh, you're
30
moving in 30?
30 gets me where I'm at. I would have to
you
dab
have,
another.
No, you have 5 more feet.
Can you do that?
You can do that
Oh.
too.
Okay. All right.
That's what I was planning for
that's
you.
what I thought you were
but I didn't
gonna
want to.
say.
I didn't want to meta you or anything.
Oh, that rock. It must be something.
Yeah, you don't have to take the penalty.
All right.
It's like
Great.
a ramp.
Okay. So now, flanking with Thor and attacking with Flame Tongue Glaive.
Ooh.
Let's add the D4. Also, what does the flank give us?
+2 when you're opposite.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to. What kind of action does that take?
You know, I was gonna put forward, I think everybody at this point might have an inspiration die that they're not using.
Not that I know of.
I don't think I do.
I do.
Hey, there we go. There's my boy. Never mind.
DM automatically thinks everyone has one because one person
I know
does.
I've given them out. I just couldn't remember who had them.
Most of us use them pretty soon after.
Mine's gone.
So is that what you got? 14 total? No.
To channel, I'm gonna channel divinity for a guided strike and add 10 more to that.
Okay, that would hit.
So the damage will be that plus another level 1 smite.
All right.
All right, that's the first attack. Second attack. Come on, crit, you asshole. 18
That would hit.
plus flank.
Yep.
All right, there's that, and then we'll do another level 1 smite.
All right.
And for my bonus
Wait,
action,
actually, hold, wait.
okay,
On that second attack? No. No, I'll give it to you because I forgot. On your second attack, give me a dex save.
Add 4. Or a D4. Hey, there you go. Add 4.
That is a failure. You are going to get kicked. Taking 7 points of damage. You fly back 20 feet, which would put you here. If you hit a wall, you take 6 more damage, and you are prone.
okay.
So as you strike your first blow, calling on any sort of assistance you can, whether your family or a Roviga or the Chevaliers or Chevlin, it doesn't matter. You just use that assistance to strike true, and you land your second one, and that glee that Valorant gets in combat, that kind of vicious excitement, begins to grow on your face before suddenly, boom, and your chest is almost caved in as you are launched backwards. You would all watch Valorant just shoot across the space, hit the wall with a loud clattering of metal before he bounces off that, lands face first on the ground, your ears kind of ringing from the impact that you had just received. And that would be his second one. Alright. I'm assuming that ends your turn because you're out of movement, correct?
No, for my bonus action, I'm going to move the spiritual weapon over next to Clay and attack the chain that's restraining him.
Did you do concentration checks for the damage?
I don't need to. I can't
Okay.
fail him.
Okay. I will take that. So
Giga Chad moment.
I'd have to get hit with like 30 in one hit or something like that.
Why is it not letting me doing the thing again? Dad. Okay, we're gonna do this.
That's the attack on the chain.
Oh.
All right, there we go. On the chain above him. Sorry, I was only half listening.
I thought he's restrained right now by a chain, right?
Clay.
Me.
Oh,
Clay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm dancing too many balls right now.
Did you make the strength check, Clay? At the end of your
I
turn?
believe that was a choice, right? I had to make a choice to do that.
No, you actually
No.
done that. You want to go ahead and do that now?
I guess, yeah. What,
Yeah, go for
strength save or
Strength
strength
check.
check?
That'd be a
Looking
fail.
at a
Yeah, see?
D4, I guess.
Didn't even matter. Nah, it doesn't. It's not for checks. It's only
And you
for
are attacking
saves.
the chain with a spiritual weapon?
Right.
Okay. Give me an attack roll.
Yeah, it's 18.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll say you just go ahead and separate the chain then. So, you are no longer restrained, Clay.
And that
For
is my
now.
turn.
Alright. It's the spirit's turn again. They're gonna
Had a good
try
round.
and get Clay. And I think, let me double check this real quick. Yes. They're gonna do Valorant, Clay. Oh, you're prone.
Disadvantage.
Teehee.
Yeah, okay, they'll still do Valorant, Decker, and they're gonna have disadvantage. Everyone's gonna have disadvantage because they're all doing ranged. No. What's the booming blade damage? It moves towards you to another D8, right?
2d8.
Go ahead and roll that for me, sir.
He's moving.
Yep.
It's nice of him.
We'll see why. Someone else is gonna get the negative effects. So, Decker, as you square off with him and you see that booming blade energy begin to swell in his chest, it whips around, its spectral face staring down at you, and it goes to like rear back, making the motion it's gonna try and like sail through you, and just as its face gets to your chest and you're like panicked that you know that it might go through you, it just whoosh, like evaporates in front of you, some of the residual energy kind of like drifting across your figure. Clay. Where is it? Give me a wisdom saving throw.
To be clear, this is magic.
Add a
Yes.
D4.
You do
Add a
succeed.
D4 just in case. You never know.
You succeed. You take 2 points of damage as the spirit walks through you and then floats down over to here. And then the one far away is going to throw a spike at you, but you're going to get cover because you're at a higher elevation than he is. I'll give you half cover. Yeah. Oh no, it's a dex save. What am I saying? I'm an idiot. Play. Give me a dex save, sir.
Hey, it might be a lower DC. Might be.
Not.
It might be.
You
Hey,
get
add a D4.
and +2 because of the cover.
Oh, it's a.
Hey,
Oh, even with all the bonuses, you'd still be short. You are restrained again, sir, and you take. One moment. Where is it? 11 points of damage.
That's a high DC on those damn things.
Yeah.
They are not a joke.
Hey.
Is that it? That's all the spirits? Yep, Decker.
Can I jump from here to here?
Yes. You'd have to give me acrobatics, but you could make that jump unless you like really fail.
And then once I'm here, get down here. Once I'm here, can I jump to here? Or
That
is
is
this,
it's
the
a lot
time?
higher, so it would be really difficult to make that leap.
and then I'd be back on the struggle bus of climbing up here again.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm gonna just what do I need to do to get here?
So that would be 5 feet of movement to the cliff, and then jumping down. You would have to climb down unless you want to take the fall damage. That's kind of up to you.
Acrobatics has nothing to do with the jump.
Give me an acrobatics check real quick. Let me get a feel for how Decker's doing. I will say you kind of do like a controlled fall, like a controlled descent. I will make it 15 feet from top to bottom. So you move that 5 feet to the edge, it'd be 15 feet to get down.
Okay,
So that would be 20 feet of movement right there.
Yeah, no, I'll come in here and okay.
You have +2 plus a D4.
Then I'll add the D4. What's the +2 from?
You're flanking.
Flanking.
Okay.
Even though at this point I don't even know who my allies are.
19 to hit.
That would hit. There's 19. You're doing Booming Blade.
Yeah, and I'm gonna re-roll. Actually, no, I can't. That's not piercing damage.
So that's
And then,
21.
And then I'll bonus action disengage.
Gotcha. Does Booming Blade, is it only when they move towards you or when they move at all?
when they move towards me,
Okay. Okay.
and that's that.
Thor, you're
Um,
raging. Yep.
If he moves 5 feet or more at all, he gets boomed.
Yeah.
He's got to move towards me.
No.
I thought it was Brace is moving towards you. I could be wrong. I thought Booming Blade was if they moved at all.
If the target willingly moves 5 feet or more before the start of your next turn, he takes thunder damage.
Okay.
Brandish the weapon. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I am thinking of Brace.
And then Clay, the moonbeams is the beginning of his turn,
Very correct, yes.
and that is
DC 15 con.
I'm not sure he needs it, but I'm sorry. The owl's going to give the help action to Thor.
Did you want to
Thanks,
give
bro.
it to Thor or give it to yourself?
To Thor.
Okay.
I don't need it now.
Well, I was gonna say, okay. He's gonna use his last legendary resistance.
So he takes 13.
Yes.
Yep. Not that radiant damage matters anymore, but
It might, you don't know.
if so, this guy's got like 500 something, 600 something health points.
He's already bloodied.
Decker odds or evens.
It's
Thor, give me an attack roll real quick. And Decker, roll your booming blade damage.
Okay, wait. Now, if you gave me the help action, would I have advantage on this attack?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure. Yeah. All right. All right.
So that is a d6.
Oh,
So that's
question.
6 plus
Yep.
10.
Now, the way Primal Rage is written, is it attack
Oh, it's
on
yeah, that
your
would be an
turn?
8 instead of a 6 because it is your next turn.
Attack.
Oh, is it my next turn? See, I didn't know.
Well, no, it's at the end of your turn is when the dice ups. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, go ahead, roll with an 8.
And now,
Alright.
does he double the number of attacks with attack opportunities, or is it
Oh.
just on attack actions?
I'm gonna leave it one
I don't-
attack with attack
It's
opportunities.
fine.
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
it's fine.
Okay, we are in a very unique
Uh,
situation here. Thor and Decker, because it is going off simultaneously. Booming Blade and your strike. How do you guys want to do this?
I
So
like
my
to think whatever wound that Thor opens up. I'd like to think that the power goes like a little deeper than it normally would, and like does an explosion from within.
Okay. Thor, what's your side?
again sticking with the climbing up these super tall entities that tend to want to do battle with us. I would like to climb my way up and try to wrench out the gem that's in his chest and just kind of like ragingly say, "This is mine," and then just rip it out of him.
All right. Decker, as you flourish away, sliding farther back, watching Aurora tag the beast while Thor steps behind it, you see Shadowfang looking over its options, a brief moment of indecision by him, and he decides to turn to you and goes to move. And as he does, Thor grabs up just below his shoulder, his natural claws now sinking into the beast as you hold him in place. And as it lets out a roar, reaching back, you leap up and grab his other shoulder, beginning to climb up this beast's back. And almost like natural rain had draped over Buffy, you then push your face past his, like looking over his shoulder as you throw an arm, grabbing the underside of the crystal, digging into his flesh, and as you start peeling it and you're wrenching this thing out, all of the booming blade energy that is racing up into his core, reaching this climactic moment. Thor, as you wrench the gem free, there is this ear-splitting crackle, this loud smack of thunder as the gem goes launching out of your grip, this immense amount of explosion and magical energy, gripping it for a moment before throwing it out into the basically the ether or the open air in front of him. And you are just able to pull a massive chunk of his chest out, holding it up as a trophy as the thing lets out its like blood-curdling scream, crashing to its knees, tongue laying out of its mouth before it hits before it hits the ground with a massive thud. And that's where we're going to end today's session.